Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Switching over to main screen. How's it going, everyone? It is let's see, what is it? It's the daylight savings, or is it daylight savings? Yes. Daylight savings for us. So that means it is 10:28 when all of our non-electronic automatic changing clocks are telling me that it's 11:28. So that's fun. What did you do? Oh, you switched to the Zoom. I want you to stay on main. Okay. Today, the plan that I'm thinking of is to work on basically exploring WebAssembly, which is like we kind of did a bunch of that before. I'm thinking we may have to like begin over again for some of that because it has been a while. All right. Kitty cat just went over, jumped from my table to a windowsill to look out the window, which is, I think this is the highest window in the house. So he gets a good chance to sort of like look down upon the world, I suppose. Oh, you want to jump back? Here. All right, so what I want to do is go find that book that we were reading before. So what was that? That was WebAssembly Rust. I think this was it. Introduction in WebAssembly. No, this doesn't look right. I don't think this was it. Oh, maybe. Okay. It is the right book, but there was like some warnings, so maybe I was in a different version of it. But okay, this should be fine. So what we're gonna do is like go back through this again. I'm actually gonna this time create a repository for this, so that way like the code we can follow along. So let's actually go ahead and create that now. So let's start a hosted repo on GitHub. We're going to do this learning web assembly Rust. Sure, and I'll give you an MIT license. That should be fine. All right, so that gives us a brand new repository that we can start using. I can open up VS Code with that. So that being done, let's go through this book. It's a Sunday, so we have plenty of more time, especially since it's like an hour earlier than my body thinks that it should be based upon that time change. Okay, so is this the beginning? I think it is. Why Rust? Basically, I think we've gone through this before. I don't think this is that big of a deal. If you are new to WebAssembly is essentially a language target. Oh, I think my camera's not pointed at me like normal. Okay, yeah, that's better. WebAssembly is essentially a compile target for other languages, including JavaScript, that can then be executed on browsers really, really, really fast with low memory usage. So a language like Rust, where there's manual memory management, that means that there's not going to be any kind of runtime for memory management added to WebAssembly. However, if you use JavaScript to write WebAssembly, then it will add in all of that memory management, like a garbage collector inside of the runtime, essentially. So depending upon what language you use to generate the WebAssembly is going to be how fast the WebAssembly uses, runs, how much memory it takes. That being said, from friends that I have who have like done these experiments, equivalent JavaScript written in WebAssembly is faster in WebAssembly than in JavaScript in the browser, even though the binary is much larger. So it's just crazy how much faster it can end up being. Ooh, and Kitty Cat is in a good place, so I'm going to turn on the cat cam. Sort of. Maybe down here. There you go. Now, not everything, like not all packages we can use with WebAssembly and Rust. Like I don't think I can make GGEZ and like the games that we've been the game engine we've been using, and like use that with WebAssembly. I just don't think that's gonna work. I just realized that my the gain on the mic itself was up all the way, and I think that caused some problems. So, how about this? No, that's still a bit. Filters, gain, go up a little bit. How does this sound? Does this look any better? Okay, I think this is this should be better. Let me know if I end up being too quiet, and I will change things around. But that way, if there's any bumps or anything else around, you won't hear it. Okay, so what we want to do is just go to the tutorial and start with the setup. So WASMPack and cargo generate, I think we already have these from the last time that we built it. And we did install using Windows, I believe. Although I may have installed them like both. I don't remember. I think I got it running on Windows. I think we have all of these things. NPM is, we need Node. Oh, we may have done this in the WSL then. Let's double check. Okay, so here you are with this. And I think, well, first of all, Node. Okay, we're in Node version 14. So WASMPack. Okay, so WASMPack is installed. So maybe what I'll end up doing is use WSL to like run all of our commands and host everything, but then like our code editor obviously is just through the Windows side. So cargo generate. I don't know if I have that. Oh, I do have that. Okay. So our hello world, we're going to do cargo generate this. All right, project name. We want this to be Wasm Game of Life. Now I'm doing this inside of this directory, so that way we can have like maybe two. We'll have the Wasm Game of Life that they create, and then we can sort of play around with it. Maybe create something else of our own inside of here. I don't know. I'll sort of like see how it feels as we go through it. In the meantime, we have our editor here, where we can now see the Wasm Game of Life. All right, so the first thing is source live.rs. And here, okay, so we have that feature, wealloc. Use wealloc as the global allocator. Okay, so it's overriding the allocator, which is interesting. And we have the alert function, and it looks like it's going to do that alert hello. Then we have the utils. Utility function, utility file is. Oh, we have a set panic hook. When that feature is enabled, we can call the set panic hook function at least once during initialization, and then we'll get better error messages if our code ever panics. That's nice. Looks like this function isn't being called. Okay, build the project. Use wasm-pack to orchestrate the following build steps. Okay, so we're just going to do wasm-pack build. Okay, successfully completed. Okay, so now we're going to have this wasm gameoflife.js file. Which looks like that's in package. Wasm gameoflife.js. Here, okay. We have some imports and an export. Oh, interesting. Okay, so export star. Huh. I wonder if did this update since last time we looked at it? This feels like slightly different. Okay, there are some TypeScript bindings here. We're not using TypeScript ourselves, but VS Code does use TypeScript behind the scenes for like its typing system. So I wonder if that's going to give us, like, is it going to help us out at all? Okay, then we have our package.json, which really just like, I mean, it's package.json. It just like basically has metadata about the project. Okay, to take our Wasm Game of Life package and use it in a web page, we use the create Wasm app JavaScript project template. Okay, so within this directory, we're going to do npm init wasm app dub. It's like an odd little graphic here. It's a web. Oh, it's a web. Like a spider web. Rust plus spider web wasm equals heart. Okay, so I don't think we have anything. This is just looking at these files and what they're going to do. Okay, so this is index.js. Oh, right, because there's now a dub. Index.js. Okay, so we have this wasm.greet. This wasm.greet should be calling this function here, which is going to call the alert, which is then defined here. And so that's going to call a JavaScript alert, which have that pop-up box show up. Okay, so then inside dub, we should be able to run npm install. Chantilly, hello! It's been a long time. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Good. Awesome. That's great to hear. Oh, great. We have 6 high vulnerabilities. That's great to see. I'm not going to fix them right now. I don't want to. I want to make sure that this all works, and then maybe we can come back and fix these. Obviously, in like a real one, a real project, we want to fix that and actually not have 6 high vulnerabilities. Yes, we have a kitty cat. He's sleeping. All right, so we npm it installed. Next up, using our local Wasm Game of Life package and dub. So open up package.json. Okay, so in our package.json, next to dev dependencies, so here's the dev dependencies, add the dependencies field. Okay, so add the dependencies field, including a Wasm Game of Life. Okay, so Wasm Game of Life. Okay, so in here, it's possible. It's possible in npm for like web projects with Node to just have local packages. We there's actually a lot of things we can do with Node. The package of JSON to sort of like get the same result, but this is good enough for us. Next, modify Wasm Game of Life index.js. Okay, now we're gonna go over to index.js to import Wasm Game of Life instead of hello Wasm package. Music is a bit loud. Okay, I will fix that. How about that? Is that better? Did I turn it completely off? Okay, so now we're going to do import star as Wasm from Wasm Game of Life. And then we're still going to have this wasm.greet, but I guess it'll still work. Oh, you can't hear it now. Okay, so I turned it down a little bit too much. Okay, how about that? Let me know how that sounds. I can see the sound bars now. Since we declared new dependencies, we need to install it. So that's going to be an npm install. See films. Hello. Things are going good. Also, Togglebit. Hello. You can hear my talking. Excellent. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. See films. It's great to hear that you're doing good. Togglebit, how are you doing? You can hear me talking, but you can't hear the kitty cat talking. Well, that's because kitty cat's a little asleep. He's not too talkative. Like he'll do some of those like interesting sounds that does, but not all the time, which I think is like it's a good balance. Okay, so we npm it installed. Okay, now serving locally. Now here's where we ran into trouble last time. If we want to do an npm run start, let's see what happens. Okay, so it compiled successfully. How is WebAssembly? What is WebAssembly like? WebAssembly is interesting. I think we can actually, can we open? Oh, we can't open it up because it's a binary format. I would have to like compile the WebAssembly in I forget what it's called. Basically the non-binary version, the one where we can like write it by hand. But I don't know, like we've just got started not too long ago. It's interesting because like from programming point of view, you're jumping back and forth between, well, in our case, Rust and JavaScript to write this. JavaScript to sort of tie it together, and then the Rust to call things. Okay, so this compiled. Are you gonna tell me where you're running? What port you're running on? Localhost 8080. Let's try that. Cool, not that. How about 8081? No. So if I remember correctly, we're gonna have to tell it somewhere else to go. Because this is definitely not not what we want. Um, so we're using WebAssembly, or is it just a Rust JavaScript website? So we're learning WebAssembly. Um, I'm learning WebAssembly by going through the WebAssembly book, which is do. Here's the book that I'm using. The um, Rust is the language that's compiling into WebAssembly, and then JavaScript is sort of like using and calling WebAssembly and then calling the functions inside of it. I think that's like the best way to describe what's happening with it. So I suppose the unhelpful answer to your question, C Films, is yes. Okay, so you're unhappy with this. I do remember we experimented, and like Danny Fritz helped us out. Let's actually see if we can figure that out. The documents, code, um, go into our playgrounds. Exploring WASM. This is where we were last time. I think it's in www. Oh, this webpack config.js. Why use WebAssembly? Well, I want to learn it. I haven't used it before, and I think that could be interesting to see. Like maybe I can introduce it into to some of the things that I'm working on. So for example, the dot there that's like moving back and forth above me. That's a game that we made in Canvas, in just regular old JavaScript using the P5 JS library. It might be interesting to create little overlays for OBS using WebAssembly. Um, that's of course assuming that the browser that WebAssembly uses, or sorry, that OBS uses is compatible. And Toggleblood is correct. WASM can be faster than JavaScript in some circumstances. It would basically allow us to build full, like it's the last step before full applications in the browser. And now our browser is just a VM for whatever we want to do with it, which I think is pretty amazing. Okay, so let's cat this webpack config. Right, so this is what we need to do. We can tell it then what the dev server is going to be. So with that being said, is there a... Okay, so here's this config. We need to add in dev server and a port, and that's right below this plugins here. So dev server, ports. Let's give it 8082, just like the last one. So if I do that, we're going to come back to here and restart this. Oh yeah, absolutely, no problem. If any of you have any questions, please ask. I love, we try. We're trying to have a good community that we can all answer these. Okay, so this is now theoretically running on 8082. And there we go. So I can't make this alert any bigger, but here we have this hello WASM game of life. So theoretically, if I were to come back up to this live.rs, we can change things around. So this is hello WASM game of life. Now you're taking in this string. So I'm curious if I were to say something like alert like um 5280, and I say S is now going to be like an I32. Will you work? Uh, and I now need to recompile. Even though I think this is supposed to recompile, right? Or maybe that's the front end only. Do you get more rusty the more you use Rust? Of course. You get more punny too. All right, so let's quit here. Wasm-Pack build again. And then we rerun start. It's called oxidized. Yes, we get more oxidized. All right, so then rerun you. Error importing index.js, type error, alert called on an object that does not implement interface window. So the only thing that we changed here was this number here. So I'm guessing that I actually can't do that. This must be a string slice. That's not a string slice. That's a string slice. Stir. Oh, can't forget to. I think I have to Wasm-Pack build it. Then I can run start this. I wonder if I can. I wonder if I need to do this. Okay, there it goes. Here's this 5280 now. So yeah, it must be a stir. It must be a stir. So here's what I'm gonna do to like make this a little bit easier. I'm going to keep this running. Okay, for npm run start, I'm gonna come back to here. Okay, let's go to builds, learning WebAssembly Rust, Wasm Game of Life, TV dub dub dub. Okay, so then here I think I can do as Wasm-Pack build. Okay, so I think I can now use these two terminals here. I wish I can split these back and forth, but I don't have tmux set up for that. CFilms, you're developing a website. Awesome. Using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and a relational database. That's toggle bit. Relational databases are so 2019. 2020 is the year is the INI file. What's old is new again, right? We're just gonna go back to just like a JSON file and on the like creating your own database format in like in the file system. Is that what is that what we're gonna do? No INI, only TOML. Oh my god. We're every step forward, 20 back again. That being to be said, CFilms, awesome. I'm good luck with your that website. It's the I that's gonna be websites are really awesome to build. And then do you have plans after that? Are you gonna go like build something else? Okay, so we have this all set up. We're good to go here. Let's get back to our book. Exercises. Modify the greet function to take a name parameter that customizes the alerted message and passes your name to the greet function from inside of index.js. Programming coding is like cycles. Like they're up down cycles. Oh yeah, I agree with that a lot. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to basically pass something into greet here. So we want to say something like string Twitch chat. And then we want to come back to the library here and we want to take in like the name, which is going to be a stir, and we want to then do this alert. I'm guessing I need to like format this because this is Rust. I can't really do this. So let's try this. Let message equals, gonna format hello, and we'll pass in the name like this, and then we'll give a reference to message because format gives us a full string, and so if we need a string slice or a stir, then we have to send it a pointer to it, a reference to it. My brain is like I feel really awake, but also like I feel like my words are not as easy to come right now. It's just a very, very interesting feeling. At one point people dislike something, at another point people like it. I mean, in that case, cycles happen like every couple of minutes. In the web world, there's just like it's just moving. It moves super fast. But like my own like opinion about this is web world moves super super fast, but also it just moves in circles, meaning that we're not actually going very like the progress is slow, but it seems so fast at the same time. It's crazy. It's really interesting. Okay, so we have this function alert that's going to take in the string. So theoretically, this is going to work. It's yelling at us that we need unsafe around it. However, what we found last time is that if I actually tried to make this unsafe, it doesn't like it. So, like, I could make an unsafe block for this. We can say unsafe, put you in there, and now it's saying, "Hey, unnecessary unsafe bar block. Thank you so much." Who is yelling about this? Rust Analyzer is yelling about it, and we're using Clippy for that. So Web world, let's invent new ways to complicate things, but nothing new is ever added except we have a few new things now and then. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that very much so. A few years ago, people disliked JavaScript, and nowadays people like it. Like that's um yes, although it depends upon who you ask, right? Because there's I would say that there's more people who are seeing the benefit of JavaScript, but like there's still a decent number of people who are like embedding down and say, nope, JavaScript never. Is this Rust Analyzer being helpful again? Yes, it is. Rust Analyzer being super helpful, telling me, hey, you need to wrap this in unsafe. Hey, this is like I don't think I can do something like that. Like that's not something. Can I put unsafe in front of a function? Can I do where do I put it? Is it there? It's not there. I don't remember where it goes. Whatever it is, it's basically just Rest Analyzer saying unsafe function. Okay, so here. Can, can only wasm bindgen safe functions. Okay, so I can only wasm bindgen safe functions. This is yelling at me that it needs to be unsafe. So this operation is unsafe and requires an unsafe function or block. Okay, great. Can I unsafe here? No, immediately removes it from there. So it's just, I don't know. It's WebAssembly. It's a Rust analyzer being weird. WebDev has a memory issue. A lack of crusty old devs boring the kids with warnings from experience. I would say like it goes both ways, right? We have we have the crusty old devs that are ignoring the new devs who are like, hey, we can do things better. Like, what if we automated some of the stuff and like made a language that was better, and or like a framework that was better. And then you have the new devs going like, well, do we really need to learn all these web patterns? Like, is that observer pattern really all that necessary helpful? What if I just write it? Like, just it goes back and forth. Lots of websites still use PHP, but I noticed lots of people diss on PHP. So at my work, at my company, it's not my company. At the place I work at during the day, during weekdays, we're using PHP in a back end, and PHP is really good if it's modern PHP. I have noticed, however, that if I were to hire somebody who is just I'm a PHP developer and like that's all they've been doing, then I don't get that great of a developer. What PHP really suffers when you don't bring in lessons from other languages. That's what I've noticed. That being said, PHP can do some pretty cool, amazing things now. All right, so let's see if this works. We're going to come back to here. We're going to rebuild this and hit refresh, and we get hello Twitch chat. So that works fine. You do PHP 7. Oh yeah, that's the new stuff. And then 7.4 came out recently, which is really fast. Okay, so we got this one done. All right, let's move on. People get really attached and opinionated about programming languages, pay no attention to it. I agree with that. Okay, so rules of Conway's Game of Life. We've actually done a Game of Life on our system before. We used we did it in GG Easy. Basically, the idea is that we have a bunch of cells, and then this is a simulation that was created in like the 80s, 70s. It was a long time ago, and I can't remember. So it was Conway, who passed away recently. He created this idea of like, hey, can we simulate what life is by creating a bunch of cells and having rules? Like the cell is on or off. If it's on, it's alive, and if it's off, it's dead. And basically, they're eating each other and they're growing. It's a very very basic simulation of life and like on a cellular level. And so that's what we're going to be doing here today. So if there's any cell with fewer than 2 neighbor cells all around it, then it dies because of underpopulation. If you have 2 or 3 live neighbors, you live. If you have more than 3 neighbors, you die because of overpopulation. And if you have exactly 3 neighbors, you become alive if you're dead already because of reproduction. So therefore, it's constantly growing and changing, and it's a very interesting. Like you can tweak these rules around to sort of like make things look differently. So we're mostly going for like the actual programming of this right now. Okay, so the rest. Let's begin by removing the alert, import, and greet function from Wasm Game of Life's library.rs and replace them with a type definition for cells. So we're going to have this cell here. And it looks like we want to remove this alert and this greet. Okay, so that being said, let's go ahead. So we're going to create an enum for cell. which we're gonna have dead, and this is basically going to be dead, and this can only be 0 and 1. We've explored this before in the past. We could do like dead and then alive without assigning them values, but this is going to give us the ability to like access this value probably in JavaScript to make the math a little bit easier. And then for this enum we need wasm bind gen. Okay, so wasm bind gen, repr u8. Oh, also, before I forget, I'm gonna turn on what? Login failed. Authentication failed. Hold on. Let me fix this really quickly. I need the other browser. Where are you? Okay, Twitch highlighter. Okay, sign into Twitch. Okay, sign out of Twitch. Okay, now, yes, open. Okay, authorize. There we go. Okay, so you can do highlighting of lines of code to ask questions, highlight things, or just troll around. That's going to be with the bang line command. All right, let's see. What styles of programming coding is it? OOP, fundamental, procedural. Are you talking about oh, what are you talking about, Rust or like what I do at work? You're pretty sure repr u8 will set the first variant to 0 by default. Oh, really? Interesting. I did not know that. I've not really used this at all before. I don't really find myself like needing. I'm usually like more interested in just like the states that it can be in, as opposed to like a state machine, as opposed to a like setting the values of this. All right, so now we're gonna have a derive. All right, so we're gonna need to build a clone and copy this. We're gonna want to print it out and debug. We want to be able to partial equal check this, and also just straight up equal check it. Oh, what style of programming do I usually write? So um, at work we have a lot of object-oriented code, especially in our PHP. On our front end, I try to write more functional style code, but depending, like we have Vue 2, and that's like done in an object-oriented style. And I guess like if I had my choice, I would do a lot more functional style code, but also like I'm very cognizant of what my team is, and they're mostly object oriented, and so like I sort of like sneak in functional when I can, without like sort of tricksy like. Um, it's handy if you want to convert it to and from U8, which is useful if you want to use it with FFI. Oh, that is nice. Okay. What's the fastest way to make money by working as a web dev? The fastest way to make money by working as a web dev? Get a job doing web dev for somebody else where they're going to pay you to make something. It's probably the fastest way. I am not somebody who's ever made money by being a freelancer, so I can't necessarily like, I don't know. That's very it's a hard question to ask because it can be dependent upon your skill set. Like fastest for me is not going to be the same thing as fastest for you. For me, it's just getting a job for somebody else. Then they'll pay me money every month, or every 2 weeks, and I'm good. I'm golden. Work for a bank or financial institution. I can see that. Oh, I can be able to use cell as U8. Oh, nice. That is cool. Okay, so that gives us this. Now, because this is public in enum, I'm curious now, do I actually have access to cell in here? I'm just curious about this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. So can I now do, um, we're not going to have a wasm greet. Can I instead do like console.log cell because this is an enum. I don't even know what the enum, what the cell is gonna look like. How this looks like in JavaScript. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't even. Well, maybe I can export star. So as wasm. Like if we looked at previously, we had this. We could do a wasm.greet, and so that was basically this exact same thing, where we had instead of this repr, and we're not. I don't think we need the. We just have the bind gen, and we can do like a public function, um, something, and if we have you, we're not going to take anything in. I want to return a cell. I'm going to return cell dead. Um, I'm really curious. Can I now essentially console.log wasm dot something like that? Now I will have to come back to here. We'll do a wasm pack build. This finished successfully, so we can come back to here, hit refresh. Oh, here it is, 0. So we got a 0 out of here. So theoretically, that's exactly what we want. Do you have any functional programming tips? If so, what are your tips? Start slowly and just like try. I would say like try to find ways to not use if statements as much. And I don't mean by like using ternaries instead or switch statements instead. I mean any if any conditionals. Like try to find alternate ways to do that. Usually by like a lookup table. So like figure out if you can use a lookup table instead. And that's like the beginning method into like functional programming because that's gonna like start you there. Super, super, super basic. And then as you start to see that and it helps out around, then it'll just get easier over time. Um, for functional programming, Haskell is pretty neat. I've never used Haskell. Uh, see films if you want to explore functional programming in a web space. Have a look at Elm. I've heard good things about Elm. Error messages are amazing in Elm. Error messages are a great selling point, in my opinion. But that's also after using Rust here, and Rust is really good with error messages. Okay, so that we got that working. So this makes sense now. We're able to get this cell essentially out of here. Now what we want next is we're going to create a struct universe that's going to have a width and a height and a vector of cells. So let's go ahead and create this. So this is going to be our wasm bindgen pub struct universe. So we're going to have our width, which is U32. Height is U32. Cells, which is going to be a vector of cell. So that way it'll be like basically alive or dead. Now, that being said, I should be able to have access to this universe as a class. Is that true? So can I do wasm dot universe like that? And should it tell me that I'm looking at a class? Yeah, it is. Okay, class universe right here. One hobby program you want to make is a backend with Rust and then make front ends with many things like React, Elm, Vue because you don't know front end. Oh, that's a great idea. Um, I think like you could take popular web applications and create toy versions of them. So like Twitter, you can create just something that takes in, messages and post them down and like tweets. Um, like Reddit is another one, just something that can be upvoted and downvoted. You can create a single backend and create various front ends that hit that same backend. Oh, you're working on turning your website into reusable functions. Awesome. Okay, so Togglebit asks if it outputs classes, what happens if you put a string on universe? So to make sure I understand what you're asking. So universe, like if I add something in here that's a string, like description maybe. We can have a description that's a string. What does the wasm output? Okay, so this is really good question. Let's also see if I impl universe. So there's no constructor. Like we don't know how to make a constructor for universe because I don't think that's going to be easy to do. So instead, what we can do is pub function new. Um, and we're going to return a self. And so this is going to return a self. So we need a width. So let's give a width of like, I don't know, 55. Height, let's make it like 50 by 50, nice and square. For cells, we're going to have an empty vector. And for description, let's create a string. So this is a game of life. And we're going to do two owns. Okay, so now this is yelling us that it's not being used. And I think we have to wasm bindgen this too. Let me try running this first, and it shouldn't work. That's my guess. Let's do const universe equals wasm dot universe dot new, like that. Okay, we're going to console log universe out. Universe.new is not a function. Okay. Can you see this? Is this text big enough for you in the console here? Send for impl block, I think. So wasm bindgen. I wonder if I need to put it here in the impl block or for each function. I don't know. What is the wasm output? So wasm is outputting. Let's run this. Wasm is outputting. Where is it? This. Wasm game of life dot wasm, and it's a binary. So if I try to open it, well that doesn't work. It immediately. Oh no, here it is. Here's what wasm looks like. It converted it over into its non-binary form. So behind the scenes, this is wasm, and you can see our really tiny. This file that's creating wasm is this. Do I eat crabs? I mean, every once in a while. They're pretty expensive, so I don't usually get them. Is it big enough? for... Okay, it's big enough for you to see, but you're watching a really large television. Oh, interesting. I meant, does the WASM output, if you try to print the string on the class created from the struct? The reason you ask is because, to your knowledge, WASM only has numbers. Numbers, right? There are no other type. Oh, so this is where it gets fun. This is where it gets fun. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Once I get this. We do WASM bind gen here. No, wrong one. Back to you. Rerun you. Okay, we have this object pointer. That doesn't seem to be right. Do I need WASM bind gen down here? Can I find function new in this scope? Okay, so that's not right. So you eat your mascot, of course. Our mascot is delicious. The mascot is another crab. Yeah, I mean, Ferris avoids being eaten. What is it? Oh, there. So WASM, yes, you're correct that WASM only has numbers, and that is correct. But WASM bindgen, I believe, gives us access, like does some fun things behind the screens to give us strings and like better types. But yeah, if we were to like try to run all of the WASM stuff like manually by ourselves, yeah, there's only numbers. Now that being said, like how do I get this new? Okay, so we've got this pointer, an object pointer. And this is coming in from our index.js. So we're going to do wasm.universe.new. That gives us universe here. Now, can I do universe like dot description? So save that. Undefined. So it is description here. I didn't misspell that, did I? Nothing changed, okay? Oh, does it have to be public? Good question. Let's make that public. Oh, the trait bound. Oh, copy. Oh, so I need to derive clone and copy. Maybe just okay, so copy is not implemented for strings. Are you sure? Strings aren't copy. Oh. Interesting. Okay. You're 100% sure. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, extension host just terminated. Restart. Interesting. Okay. Now, if I make you... Okay, let's make you not a string. Let's make you just we'll do a number to begin with. If we do something like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. Like a U8. And description is going to be 1, 2, 3. If we do U, wasm pack build, that works. Okay, so here's this 1, 2, 3. And out of curiosity, if I go back to, let's also try console.log, just the universe. Okay, so we get an object pointer towards where it is, but we can then go inside of that to get 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. Okay, do an I32. Let's do an I32. Same exact thing. So it still works. You've been learning parameters and functions. Anything I should know about function parameters? If so, what? I would naming them is probably like the most important thing. Like when you're first starting out, like don't fall into the trap of saying things like, "Oh, it's data is coming in" or object. Try to use your parameter names as descriptive of what is inside of them. That's what I would suggest. Oh, if any of your comments, questions don't make sense, feel free to ignore them. Well, I'll still like probably touch them. But no problem. Don't worry about that. We're all learning together on this. Okay, so with that being said, so this is saying we can't, Wasm won't allow us to do strings off the top of our head. Interesting. For some reason, I thought copy would work with that. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's go ahead and build our documentation for this. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this here. We're in the WebAssembly Rust. I'm gonna go into Awesome Game of Life. I'm gonna go into dub, and we're gonna do a cargo doc to compile the documentation, and then we can open this up in a browser and maybe take a look at Wasm BindGen and see how things are gonna look. We can also come back to the documentation here because we sort of I mean, yeah, it's weird that like you don't think that anything allocates on a heap is copy. We've got a dreaming kitten. Let's see. You can have a Vexel, then you don't know. Gonna go try this. Well, yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Okay, so here's where this is. I want to open you up. Not that. Okay, so documenting. Where does it put the docs? Let me just do this. Open. That opens up in this browser. This is the wrong browser. I want you to open up over here. So here's the documentation for Wasm Game of Life. This is my application here, but I should be able to, from here, go to Wasm BindGen. And we want to search for string. Okay. Does that mean I'm going to have to use a lot of lifetimes if I want to store strings? or or as this public description, this is going to have to be essentially a static stir like that. And then my description here can be a game of life. So if I do that, we rebuild you. Oh, trait from Wasm ABI is not implemented for static stirs. Okay. Now, if I remove, now we're going to have lifetime parameter errors. So you'd have to have a U8 where you convert that to a string. Oh, can I have a character? Can I have a char? And let's do something like that. It compiled. Hey, okay, so we can have a single character. That's weird. When is there too many parameters in a function? That's so that's highly, that actually is interesting question, because there's no good way to define that. I would say that in modern days with really good tooling, it's becoming less of a problem to have like multiple parameters coming in. It used to be that the rule of thumb was like try to have like 2 or 3. Where you can't fit the function like signature on screen. 10 feels like a lot. It like the biggest question is going to be, is your function doing more than one thing? Like, why does it really need that many parameters? And is it possible for you to wrap those parameters up into a object, let's say, and then pass that single object in? That might be a little bit easier to sort of like handle all that data. In the end, though, it really depends upon your specific use case and like your programming style. Yeah, so like as Togglebit said, it might make more sense to smush them all into a single object and pass that object in. Oh, and Chantilly, you asked a question. Does anybody know of any good functional books? There is a functional book. Do functional JavaScript. Yeah, this one. I've heard really good things about this book. My manager bought this as soon as like I showed some really cool things with functional programming, and like he immediately went out and bought this book and made it available for all of us. And then well, the pandemic happened, so none of us are in the office to read it. But that's a book that I haven't read it myself, but I've heard really really good things from other functional developers who are dabbling in JavaScript. So that might be a good source. Okay, so how do I want to get a string in there? Now strings, I can take strings. Okay, it sounds like we have a choice here. I can take this as like, I think I can do a stir, right? It's gonna make you unhappy. And I then do like test. Yeah, that's not gonna be happy. The size cannot be known at compile time. Out of curiosity, so if I have a string, so let's do like let my string equals string from testing. Okay, so we have this my string. And if I take my string, what methods do I have? So I have to own to string. Oh, okay, a lot more. So as bytes, as mute, as stir, bytes. So if I get them as bytes, where was that? As bytes. What are you? Okay, you're a reference to U8s. That's still the okay. So that's still gonna be a problem here because if I do like stir, I think works for us. I think this will work. But the problem is if I do something like testing, we're now gonna have to deal with lifetimes. So if I do something like this, now, okay, so we have this. Structs with Wasm binding cannot have a lifetime or type parameters currently. Ooh, okay, so I can't have lifetimes. That won't work. Can I have a static? So can I do? Oh, here's some static stuff. So can I do static? Maybe like title, which is going to be just a stir equals web assembly WebAssembly game of life. So if I do that, they're going to come back down here, and we're going to say that you are a title. But then you're saying missing lifetime specifier, which I can't use. So I think then we don't store the description in here anymore. Now we're going to have like a function that returns that. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know how we're gonna like how we could store that inside of there. I'm guessing that we can't. So maybe we do have to have like primitive values, and then we can have like a vector. So if I have like let's say 539. Oh wait, this is cell. So we're gonna have cell alive, cell dead. So we do that. We don't have you. Then inside of index, we want to create a new universe and cells. Take a look at you. Undefined. Oh, I think we didn't make you public. Oh, failed. So we can store these things, but we're going to have to probably have some kind of function that takes these out. Yeah, one would think so. Okay, so I think I'm getting ahead of myself and like trying to learn this. Let's go back to this tutorial and like continue on with this and sort of see what we're looking at here. So we have this universe that this cells. So let's come back, sort of like put ourselves back. So we have the cells, vexcel. Now we're going to implement universe. We're not going to create new, apparently. Also, we're not going to have this wasm bindgen on. Interesting. Implement universe function get index. It's not public, so that's going to be used privately. Okay, so we're going to get a row, which is a U32, column, which is a U32, and we're going to return a usize. Oh, I get it. So like we're going to get the index of one of these cells. We should experiment with like actually making this public and playing around with it. Oh, Togglebit, don't worry about it. Don't worry at all. I think actually like those are helping me sort of create this mental model around it. But like learning is not a linear thing sometimes. Like we can't just like read through a book and yay, I have all the information. It's just like the knowledge, just like the Matrix. No, it's a lot of it is like derailing, coming back, experimenting around. So I don't. I think that's just fine. Uh, keep on keeping on. Okay, so we're gonna get this index. And then, okay, so then just the simple math where we figure out what this is. So we're going to take a row, we're going to multiply it by itself dot width. We're going to add the column, and return this as a usize, probably for an indexing point. Okay. Then, so if I do that, so we need to let's wasm bind gen this. Hub function. So we have to create new. Return self. Okay, so let's do width, like 50. Height, 50. Cells is an empty vector. We tried new and it worked. With this, okay, it's an empty vector, that's fine. Then can I do a pub function get index. Back to here. We're going to create new universe. I'm then going to call, is it get index or is it index? Get index. Get index. We're going to pass it in the row and a column, and it's going to figure out what that index is supposed to be based upon what our width and height is. So if I say like index of, I don't know, 12. No, width and height, like an XY coordinates. That's what we need to pass it, row and column. So that's going to be something like row 2, column 5. Let's see what we get out of that. What are you upset about? Oh, you're happy. We do have your silly error. What are you unhappy about? Wasm bind gen. Are you really unhappy? You are unhappy. Oh, because they don't want you public. You can't be public. That's our problem. Okay, so that compiles. Come back to here. And we see that index is going to be 105. Okay, perfect. Okay, so then we're going to implement universe and we're going to have a live neighbor count. So this, oh my gosh. This is where for each XY coordinate, we need to determine how many of its neighbors are alive or dead. Well, this is not a fun algorithm here, but let's try it anyways. I'm also gonna start eating the snack since it's getting around 12 o'clock. Normally I wait until 12 o'clock, start eating, get lunch or something, but it's like it feels like it's 11, I think. No, it feels like it's 1. Yeah, I think it feels like it's 1. Okay, so this is gonna be a live neighbor count. A row is U32. Column is going to be a U32. We're going to return a U8 because you should only be able to have 8 live neighbors because it's just we have our cell and cell around it. Okay, so we're going to start with count 0. We're also going to return this count at the end. So we need to... Interesting. Okay, so for delta row in self.height... Okay, so they're just creating an array here. Self.height -1, 0, and 1. Feels like a little bit odd. Oh, that's like whatever our x is -1, like above it, below it, left of it, right of it. Let's say I was going to do index above. It's like the index above this would be my, it would be self dot get index. Our row is going to be, rows are those are down. So actually I want to be row -1 and then the exact same column here. I'm actually going to rename these. So this makes a lot more sense to change this to, although it's backward, isn't it? Maybe I'll keep it on a row. Like I often think in terms like XY, in terms of like these type of coordinate systems. So I might want to change back to that. Okay, so if we do this, now we're going to have an index above us. And so we want to delve into that index, into this vector here. And if it's a 1, oh, I see what they're... Then just increase count by that cell. So in reality, we can then just say count plus equals index above as a U8. And so this is going to basically start with 0, and then if the cell above us is alive, it becomes a 1 after this line. Okay. So what I want to do is then like do index above, index. I can't remember. Is there diagonals in Game of Life? I don't think so. I think it's just up, right, down, left. I feel like this is overcomplicating it because then we want to check like index above. We have count plus equals. So this is gonna be this. So this is index above. Then it's gonna be index to the right. So let's sort of see what that looks like too. Get index. It's gonna be our same row, but now it's gonna be column plus 1. So that's gonna be to the right, as you write. Sounds like what I need to do is create, like sort of like what they're doing, create an array of all of the coordinates that we want to check, all of the indexes. Oh, and we do need to handle. We need to handle in the case that this is like 0, in case we don't find this. I kind of like the idea of maybe changing this to be an option, because that way, if it doesn't exist, we don't have to worry about it. Because if we're in the top row and we check above us, that means we're going to have a -1 row, which is illegal. We can't do that. So let's actually create these as variables ahead of time. So let we want like coordinates above. How much like we need above? Maybe coordinates. Naming things, right? Equals. We can make this a tuple of like the row and column. So row is going to be the same -1. Okay, so that's going to be, if we're on 0 because it's the first row, that will be a negative number, and that will be illegal. We'll get an underflow. So do we need this to be like an if? If row is equal to 0, then the above coordinates I essentially want to be a none. Otherwise, I want you to be a sum row -1. that's the above coordinates. Then to the right is essentially going to be the exact same thing. So right coordinates if the column plus if the column is equal to our width, then we can't go any further to the right. So we're going to return a none, else return a sum column equals 1. So I think what we can do is create a vector or an array of all these coordinates. Maybe like have another function that like calculates this for us. So to clean it up a little bit. Yeah, and this is going to be exactly the same thing. So I know what I want to do. Let's create another function here. And this is like calculate neighbor indexes. And so this is going to be from our, we're going to take in the row 2 and the column U32, and we're going to return a new vector of option. And then this is going to be a tuple that holds a U32, a U32. And so that's going to give us indexes. Is that right? I basically want to create this neighbor coordinates, maybe. Okay, so that's going to give us. You're just upset that we haven't done it yet. Now we want to do this, and basically that will give us a vector of these. So do let mute coordinates equals a new vector, and we're going to return that. So we need up, down, left, and right. That's pretty much all this is. So we're going to take all this, move it down here. Okay, so we have the above coordinates. And really, I don't need to like store this in here. I need to coordinates dot push that. So push the result of if the row is 0, will give us none, else give it like this something. Okay, there we go. That makes you happy. So this is up. This is right. Then we have down. And then we have left. Oh, and I think I'm not doing this right. Maybe what I want to do is like instead of this, just actually give like the like above right down left just to make that really simple. Let's try that. Let's do above coordinate like above index. Get index above. There, I like that a little bit more. This is going to take us a row, U32, column, U32. We'll return a usize. This is going to use the get index for that. Okay, I think I like this a little bit more. So also we're going to do this as an option of a usize. So if the above doesn't exist, it's going to return a none. So then what I can do here is say if the way we're going to get this is live neighbor count, we need to get like the index above, get all the indexes together. So that's going to be like let and I don't think we need to like do the entire count thing here. I think we're just going to start with in like neighbors equals a vector, and we're going to start with self dot get index above. Pass it the row and column, and then we're going to do this also with like right, below, and left. We'll throw a to do in there so it doesn't yell at us too much. Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Here's row and column. Row and column. Huh. That's weird. Okay, let me ignore that for a second. Maybe that error will go away as I write it. Maybe there's something else going on. Okay, so get index above. So this is where we're going to do our check to see here. So if row is equal to 0, there is nothing above us. So therefore, we're going to return a none. Else, we're going to return a sum of this get index. So that's going to be a self dot get index. This is going to be row -1 and then the column. And so there we go. That makes you happy here. Oh, that's our problem. Semicolon. Okay, so what was I saying about good errors? apparently that was not a good error if you put a semicolon in there. Okay, so we have get index above. So now we want to do the same thing for right, down, and left. So get index right. This is okay. So if the column is greater than or equal. So if the column is greater than or equal to self dot width, then return a none. Otherwise, return self dot some index, our row, and column plus 1. So then from here, we can now get below. Okay, so if our row is greater than or equal to self dot height, return a none. Otherwise, get index, row plus 1, and then column. And then finally, we have get index left. So if column is less than or equal to 0, return a none. Otherwise, return row and column minus 1. Now up to here, get neighbor count. We're going to have self. Okay, get index above, self dot get index right. Index below. And left. So once we have these neighbors, and for each of these, we could already convert them over into the U8s. So then we can just sum them together. So as U8, oh, right. Never mind. Can't do that because they're options. They might have something in them. So what we need to do is extract them out. So loop through these, extract them out, and essentially do the equivalent of a reduce on it to figure out like what exactly we've got. So our return is going to be to loop through these neighbors. So neighbors dot, is there, we want to turn this into an iterator. There's this sum. Is there one that will like remove all of the nuns? I don't want to map. I want like the sum sounds really good, but I can't imagine that's going to work with what do you tell me? Nothing? Sums the elements of iterator, takes each element, adds them together, and returns the result. Yeah, but that's like of these. Do I have to filter it first? I don't think it's zip. That's like taking two and putting them together. What's fold? Oh, applies a function producing a single value. Oh, okay. This might be good. Takes two arguments, an initial value and a closure with two arguments, and a okay, this is like an reduce. So taking this iterator fold, our initial, our accumulator, and the okay. So I think fold is what we want here. So our initial is going to be 0. And then we're going to have our callback function. Our callback function is going to take two arguments, an initial. C Films, hello. The accumulator and then the next value. So this is going to be like the count, and then the next value in here. So we'll just call this like next, which is going to be our option, which with a U size in it. So what we really want to do is extract out this option, and then add that to count. So what I really want to do is say, and then that's what we need to return. So probably we'll do this in 2 lines. We can say count plus equals to our maybe next, which is an option. So let's try to extract, like unwrap or else takes in a function, and we're going to return 0. So if you don't find anything, you're just 0. As a U8. So I think that's what we want. So then count is going to be there, and then we're going to return count. Oh, and we need to make count. You need to be mutable. So then we're constantly returning U. The neighbors now return this U8, which is total after it. So I like this algorithm a little bit more than this. Now we have U as an error. What's your problem? If column is equal to 0, well, what if I yeah, I guess that makes sense. If column is equal to 0. Okay. So then you're happy. We just have a bunch of warnings, but those aren't problems. At least not right now. So now we have this live neighbors count, which theoretically should work. I noticed we're doing this all before we have this new command in here. I kind of want to like do this new first, before we do like there's so much that's being done that we can't test. Actually, this makes me curious. Can I test this? Like, okay, we have get index, we have live neighbors count. Can I actually test this? Let's try this. Let's do a config. I think it's test like that. And then that's going to be a mod test, or like just mod. Can't remember if it's mod test or mod, or just like straight up mod on its own. Expect the name, mod test. Okay, and so inside of this mod test, then we're gonna have functions for this. We need to use superstar. Then we can do a test. So a derive test. It's not. No, it's not derive test. Oh, I forget how to like mark something as a test. That's not correct. Oh, I forgot. Let's go look it up really quickly. Test rest thing. Oh, it's literally just test like that. That's that. Okay, I was so close. So very close. So it is just like that to mark this as a test. And so now we can have a function. This does not need to be public. So our function, let's test this. We haven't done like the new one yet. The first thing we created was this get index. We probably should have created the test first for this. So test get index. Then what I want to do is say, okay, well, how does get index work? We're going to hand it the column, the row in a column, and it's going to give us back a U size. So if I do let like row equals 5, let column equals 5. Now we have to like create the universe too. So let's do that also. So that universe equals universe. Okay, so our width, let's do this as like 10, height as 10, and cells as an empty vector because we don't really care. So if we do that, then the row and the column is going to be 5 and 5. That the expected result. So what should this be? If the width is 10, the height is 10, the row should be 0 or 1. Because it's just like 5 over in the first one. And then... Oh no, row should be 0. And then column 5. Or 1 and 5. Depending upon if we're starting with 0 or not. I think that we are starting with 0, so this should be 0 and 4. So the index of the vector, which is flat, should be just 4, I think. And you need to be a U size. Then we want to say assert equal, we have our expected result. This is going to be universe dot get index. The row is row and column. Okay. Let's see if this works, or if I need to make those public to have this work. Can I do cargo test for this? All right, so let's take a look at what we got. We got a failed test. Get index. Okay. Got left equals right. So left is 4, and the right is 55. So we got index 55 out of here. Let's try to figure out like what it's supposed to be, because maybe our math is incorrect. If we have a 10 by 10, let's actually. I know I'm taking away the cat. Real XEN, what do I prefer, C++ or Rust? I prefer right now. I prefer Rust. I've never programmed in C++, so Rust wins by default. Oh no, I don't have my. Okay, hold on. I need to create a whiteboard scene. All right, so got that, and now I want instead of. Oh, I see. I want no cat cam there. I need the new video capture device. We're gonna do this as large cat cam. New can be you. Can I not? Oh, I can't pull that in. Oh, that's too bad. Because it's in here twice. Is it possible to write drivers in Rust? Oh, absolutely, yes. So once you're in here, come on. I want you to become full size. And you go down below. There we go. So oh, also audio for this. Can I make? Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know if you're gonna be hear me properly on this. Can you hear me if I talk normally? I'm guessing no. I'm pretty quiet. Let me turn off. Let me turn off that, and then I'll at least I think be loud enough that you can hear me barely. Okay. So if we have something like, and so this is gonna be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So if we do 5 by 5, it's a bit low the volume. I'm not terribly surprised. I wonder for like cat cam. Oh, I would need to like turn on the audio for this specific one. I wonder if I can do that. Hold on, give me a second. This is going to be the audio input capture. It's going to be lower quality because I don't have a mic over on that side. So wait a second. Can I do this? Do room capture. Okay, maybe that's going to sound a lot better. If I move farther away, it's still not perfect, but maybe slightly better. Let's not worry about it too much. I need to like set that up properly. But if I'm doing like a 5 by 5 here, so that's 3, 4, 5. So if we have like 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. So if we have a grid that looks something like this, that's kind of where we're going. Then if I want X and Y, so like if I want column 5 to column like 3 and row 3. Then what is that going to end up looking like? Um, column, so 1, 2, whoa. Is it starting by 0? This might be starting by 0. 0, 1, 2, 3 for column, and then 0, 1, 2, 3. That would be, well, that's a great. So what was that? 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be this right here. And if I were to count this, like 0, and if this is all just like a flat vector, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that should be 18. So let's plug in this and do this exactly as it is. So it's a 5 by 5, 18. So back to main. Cat cam is huge. You go small again. Like that. Do I know anything about databases? I mean, I've worked with databases before. I know enough to get my jobs done. But it's like that's a pretty generic question, so I don't know how to answer it. Okay, so I can turn on music again. Let's see. If we have a 5 by 5 and I want row 3 by 3, then I expected result would be 18. Okay, that worked. So then, okay, that algorithm is working, and so this is working as expected. Danny Fritz, hello. Do I know anything about relational databases? Do I know SQL? Yes, I do know SQL. I have to use it for my job. We use uh, um, the big app that we have is MySQL, and then I also have a Postgres database at work. How are you doing, Danny? Okay, good. I wasn't sure if I need to make it public or not for the test. Oh, you do MySQL relational database? Awesome. Yeah, MySQL is like not a bad database. I prefer Postgres, but they're all just fine for what I need to use. Danny went for a hike this morning, and he saw lots of birds. Oh, nice. Um, are the public parks open again? Are they open in your area? I don't remember. In my area, they were closed for a while, not due to COVID, but due to the fires. And I can't remember if they've been opened up yet or not. We've gone into lockdown version 3, so not supposed to leave the house too. That's fun. Okay, so live neighbor count. That's then we have like get neighbor above and below. So let's do all of these next. So we have copy you. So if we have this universe, this is gonna be test get index above. Whoa, when index 15, you need to be a 5. Okay, so get index above. If we do a row and a column of 3 and 3, well, this should be 18. Looking about that, that's one above that. That is, if that's 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. 13 is what I would expect here. Let's test to see if this works. Yeah, you just went out to the DEN open space, which is a park out by DIA. Oh, nice. Okay, so you failed. Left was 13, but the right was 18. So the index above it is literally the same as. Oh, wait, get index. Get index above would be helpful to call the function that I want to test. Oh, and this is a sum. So this is going to be interesting. So I want to unwrap this. If you error, that's obviously going to be a problem. Let's go ahead and run this again. And then we're good to go. Okay. Now, we should also test to make sure that we get a none if we pass in. I think I can do that just right here. So also assert equal expected result. So we want this to be a none if we hand the row. So that should actually just make you 13 here. Give you 3, give you 3. That cleans up you a little bit. Now I want you to be a none if we're in 0 and column 3. Okay, so if I do that, you still pass. Okay, perfect. So then we want to do the exact same thing here for right, below, and left. Okay, so we're going to get right. Okay, so assert equal. So for this 5 by 5, the right one should actually be 19. And if I were to pass it, so we're on 5, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I give it a 3 and 4, you should give me a none. Save you. Oh, failure. What is my preferred language to pull information from a database? I don't really have one. It's more of like whatever I'm working on for the project. That's sort of like what I end up doing. At my current work, I've used both. We use 3 things from like various databases. JavaScript, which we pull from database in a Lambda function. Also, we have PHP, which is pulling from a database in our PHP, server. And then finally, we're using AppSync with AWS, which allows us to essentially pull data. It generates a what is that called? Like the new database structure thing that's like non-RESTful. It's GraphQL. Gives us like a GraphQL um, setup for us. And yeah, that's DynamoDB. Um, and AppSync like auto creates GraphQL stuff for us. It's really cool. So 129, this one failed when I gave it the far right. I want you because like your height is 5, so it actually needs to be less than 1. So our logic is a little bit wrong here. So get index to the right is going to have to be greater than or equal to self.width minus 1. So then that makes it all work. Do I write SQL a lot? I try not to write SQL too much. I rather use SQL builders in my program. So in PHP, we're using Laravel as the framework, and that means Eloquent as basically like a SQL builder. It's really nice. It like handles all the stuff for us. The less of a SQL injection attack opportunity. I just think that that's a better way of handling SQL. I do write SQL when I'm like manually investigating into the database, but when I'm like actually writing the code that will do that, I don't write SQL at all, and I try to avoid it inside of the code. Do I use prepared statements? I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Do you mean like stored procedures? Is that what you mean? Okay, so then we want below. So with this width and height of 5 by 5, so I would expect, so we had 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So you should be 23, given 3 by 3 and 3. Okay, and then the none should be if I have all the way down to the bottom. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 here and 3 here. That should give us a none. I believe this should fail. Yep. It should fail for us because get below, we need you to be next one. Now you should succeed. Ooh, wait, what happened? Line 140. Oh, the first one failed. Oh, because like I forgot to update this. You need to be below. Okay, good. We've got all that working, and then left is the last one. Okay, so left. That's going to be 18, so 17 for you. And then here I want, if we're in row 3, but column 0, I want you to be a none. Okay, so that's all working. So basically all these get index. And then so live neighbor count, this is where it's going to get really interesting. We need to create the proper test for that. So test, function test. In database management systems, a prepared statement or a parameterized statement is a feature used to execute the same or similar database statement repeatedly with high efficiency. So I generally don't manage those myself. I let the framework sort of handle them for me. So Eloquent, theoretically behind the scenes, will set those up for me as I'm building them. But generally speaking, I don't worry about any of that kind of optimization until I run into problems with them. For us and what we're doing right now, the database isn't the slow thing at work, so therefore we don't have to worry about that yet. If it does become a problem, that's when we can go in and sort of like fix those again. Okay, so test. This is now going to be the get neighbors count. So get neighbors count. All right, so we're going to start with creating our universe. It's exactly the same as this. Now the difference here is that we have to create our vector to go inside of that. So let's do let cells. I don't necessarily want to like create these all. Let's actually make this really small. Let's make this a like a 3x3 might be good for this. So if I do let cells equals, this is gonna be a new vector. So if I do this 3x3, let's say I take, I'm Hardliner. Hello, good evening to you. I realized Kitty Cat wasn't in the best position. It's facing away from the desk, so that's really hard to capture. So if I have a 3x3, what is that going to look like? So down here, that's going to look like what if I do something like 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. Like, let's just say this is like the thing that I'm going to create here. So that's going to be 3x3, so 9 total. So with cells, I want to have to create each of these. We could just do this by hand. That way we can control this for the test. So what is that going to be? That's going to be cell dead. Cell alive. Cell alive. So that's this first one. Then we have you next. Okay, so for this next one, we're gonna have I can actually put this down here like this. So we have our grid. So we have alive, dead, alive, dead, dead, alive. Okay. So here's our cells, and then we're just gonna throw that into here. So now we have our universe that includes our cells. Then we're going to assert equal, what is our count? So if I give this middle one right here, we're going to have 1, 2, 2, 3 total. So 3 is alive, and we're, 3, and we're going to do universe dot I get Oh, live neighbor count. Live neighbor count. And then our rows, that's going to be 0, 1, and 1. So save you. Let's rename you to like be appropriate. Live neighbor count. You go away. Oh, and you are unhappy. What happened to you? Expected value found enum cell. Oh. Double colon. Okay, there we go. Now we're happy. We'll test this and failure. Okay, so we had in live neighbor count, our left is 3 and our right is 24. Well, that doesn't seem to be right. Oh, thank you so much for I am Hardliner. You were trying to tell me that. Also, we need to turn you back on. That way we can highlight those when I fail to create the correct code. Okay, what did I get? I got 24 with a. Oh, this should not be 5, 5. This needs to be 3 and 3. Okay, will that affect things? I got 16. How did I get 16? 3. So 3 by 3 is 9. We have 9 in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's appropriate. So for position 1 and 1, that should be. So this is the first row. This is the second row, and this is the first column. Then above, man, I wish that this hadn't done this for me. Let's create some comments in here. Mr. Halsey raiding with a party of 25. Welcome, Mr. Halsey. Thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? What are we working on today? And everyone who's coming in, we are exploring WebAssembly. We're sort of like learning how things are going. I'm trying to create some tests around some of this logic because the book that we're following is basically just write all this stuff and pray that it works. Which I'm not the best person at like typing things in, so I kind of like this to make sure that the logic is correct. But this is going well. Iron Hardware gifted a tier 1 sub to Googlebit. Thank you so much, Iron Hardliner, for that that gift sub. You've given 6 so far, and Googlebit, thank you so much for being here to receive that sub. Mr. Halsey, how's your stream? All right. I wanted to create like what this looks like. So basically we have a grid here like this. I'll just go ahead and create this out like that first. This is 0, 1, 1. 1, 0, 1. And then 0, 0, 1. So this is what we're trying to create. It's getting rusty in here. It is. Oh, your net is dragging. Well, thank you again so much for stopping by, doing the raid. I hope that you have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll probably see you on one of your streams as I lurk on there every once in a while. Oh, and Togglebit with the 10-bit cheer. Let's get rusty. Thank you so much, Togglebit. Okay, so if I want to pass in 1 and 1, so that's 0, 1, 0, 1. So that's this one right here. So this really should be 1, 2, 3 should be our total. So what's going on with our calculation here? So we're getting our index above, and we know that these are correct because we've tested those. So we have our fold. So this is interesting because when we're running this, we're getting a 16 on the right. So this algorithm here is clearly way wrong. I am Hardliner with the 500-bit cheer. Let's see, with just straight up hi. Thank you so much. I am Hardliner. Thank you for those bits. All right. Our initial is 0. We have our account. We plus equals to this. Why is this not okay? So we plus equal this and we return the count. Okay, if I just return like 5, it should be 5 that we return every single time. Is that correct? That's my guess. That's what I'm expecting to see, is that we should get 5. Okay, the right is 5, so that's perfect. So then what I want to see is the next. So get the next out. So extract the next out, and then increment the count plus that. So maybe let's do like we can shadow next and like extract that out. So let next equals next. I mean, we can even do like an if let next, but I think next dot unwrap or else. So returns that contain some value or computes it from a closure. So like if it's a 4, it's returns a 4. Otherwise, it returns whatever I want. So unwrap or else, and this would be a 0. So next is going to be whatever the next thing is, or 0 here. Okay, and then I want to return count plus next. Mismatch types. Expected a U8, found a U size. Count as a U size. Next is a U8. Okay, so let's do as U size. Wait, which one's okay? Count. Oh, okay. Hold on. You're all U sizes. So I want to return U as a U8. There we go. So save that. I'm still getting 16. Let's see. Can I just debug statement? Let's debug statement self.cells. Let's just sort of see what we got going on. Okay, so here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that makes sense here. Okay, so the cells make sense. Inside of here, let's debug next. Oh, what? 1373. Because they're indexes. They're not the values. It's the index. Okay, hold on. I'm doing this wrong. I'm adding up the values and not the indexes. So this is going to be the next index. All right. So if it's a none, we don't want to like add anything to um, the count at all. It's so I think what we want to do is essentially count plus equals to if let some index equals next. Our else is going to be a 0. If we have some index in here, it's going to be self.cells of index. And that's what we're going to get out. Expected. All right, so expected integer found nothing. Okay, so that gives us the U size. Self.cells of position index. That should make you happy. Count plus equals to this thing. Oh, and I want to return count. And in reality, we can just return this with count plus whatever you are. Okay, so cell cannot be indexed by reference to U size. We'll have to dereference you to get the value out of there. And then count plus 0 needs to be U size. Oh, expected enum cell. Okay, so then you need to be as a U size. There we go. Okay, I think this will work better. We have no errors. There we go. Test worked out. See, tests are good. Tests help us know whether or not our logic is just off the rails. Okay, so we have all of these things working. We can now continue back onto the book. That was all to replace because this was not a fun looking algorithm. So we replaced that by a lot more code, but it's a little bit easier to reason. Okay, so then we're gonna have tick. So what is this gonna do? Tick is gonna basically update the cells. Is that what's gonna happen? So tick, we clone the cells. Oh, to be like the next state. Like what is the cells? What is the current cells? And then we're going to okay, navigate through, get the indexes that I care about. Okay, so then get the row and column so we can get the index for every single one. Get the cell out. Get the count of neighbors in here. And then we determine, okay, so if, oh wow, so basically do our math here. I've not seen very much of using if statements on the left-hand side of match statements. just got handed a banana. I'm actually kind of surprised that Zilby is not like begging for food. Usually he's around this time of day he's thinking very much about it. I guess like the time change is freaking him out a little bit. No, didn't want to be on camera. All right. So this is going to be the logic of the game, then goes into here. And so every tick, and then what are we doing? We're basically doing. Oh, match cell and live neighbors. Okay, so interesting. Then we're just changing over for next cell. Okay, figuring out what the next cell is going to be for each of these cells. And then updating that for next. And then stuff that sells equals next. So like update that. Oh, and Chantilly was saying hello, Zilby. Zilby just went jumped down, like walked back and forth, and then walked down. I think I spoke too soon about the food. Okay, this shouldn't be too terribly hard for us to do. Let's figure out what this is going to look like in our test first. We'll do a little bit of test-driven development. Okay, so function test tick. All right. So we're first going to create all of our cells. I think that's going to be exactly the same thing that we have here. And then we'll also create our universe. We know exactly what this looks like, and we can calculate out what it's supposed to be. So let's also grab this out. This will help us out a little bit. I'm Hardliner. Oh, watching me and Togglebit makes you want to start streaming again? Oh, do it. Join in. Um, I think my own personal opinion, we just need more streamers doing programming. Yeah, and as Togglebit asked, like what would you want to stream? All right, back to Zilbycam again. Oh, you want to do Super Mario, Rust, and maybe a bit of reverse engineering? Oh, that seems like it could be a lot of fun. I am Hardliner. Are you on the Rust? Like, if you do a bunch of Rust streaming, you should definitely see if you could join the Rust team. I Yeah, I think I'm gonna follow you too, just in case you go live. Where? How do I? I wish there was a good way for me to like go to your website off of like chat. No, it just shows me all of your. Oh, wait, there. Okay, two clicks. I needed two clicks. But now I'm following you. You're not even affiliate yet. Ah, there. Yeah, we'll raid you if you're going and we're streaming at the same time. I'm following you now, so you'll be on my list of potential raid targets. All right. So, what are we doing here? We want to figure out this stuff. Here's the state when we're starting with. So we do universe. Then we're gonna basically say universe dot tick. This needs to be mutable because that this tick will mutate the internal cells of the universe. And then we want this is gonna be like the initial cells. And then after this happens, that after cells. Okay, so what's gonna happen here? And I wonder if I can go back to the rules easily. Any live cell with fewer than 2 neighbors dies. So this one, fewer than 2 neighbors, it has 2 neighbors that are alive. It, I guess dies. So you have 2 neighbors that are alive. So you do not, okay, fewer than 2 live neighbors. You live, you die, you become a 0. Hold on, you become a 0. You live fewer than 2. And then you down here die. Because you only have 1 life labor. So that's happens there. Oh, have a nice evening. Oh, thank you so much, I'm a Hardliner. Have a great evening too. Okay, so that's happened that. Any live cell with 2 or 3 live neighbors lives on to the next generation. Any live cell. Okay, so then you have 2 or 3. So you 2 you live. 2 you live. You died. You live. And you died. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait. Oh, Togglebit left. I missed that. I'm sorry. Togglebit, have to hand over the telly to the wife. She wants to play Nintendo. All right. Well, have fun with the family. Even though if you're no longer listening. Okay, but I missed that. I'm so sorry. Any live cell with more than 3 neighbors dies. We don't have any of those. Any dead cell with exactly 3 live neighbors becomes a live cell. Okay, so then if you have exactly 3, you have exactly 3. So this becomes 1. And nothing else does. So this is what we would expect now. So we'd expect you're dead, alive, alive. You become dead. You're alive, alive, and then dead, dead, dead. Okay, so this is what we'd expect here. So we're going to run tick, and then we're going to say assert equal the after cells and universe dot cells. Now tick doesn't exist, so that's obviously a problem here. Let's go ahead and implement tick. Now, if I don't have it do anything in here, I think that's, we still have an error. Oh, and this is going to be before cells. Initial cells. There you go. Okay. So then if I run our tests, we should see the errors because they're not going to be any different. Okay, perfect. So now I should be able to, we should just build a right tick here until it passes. So what do we really need to do here? Well, first of all, we want to get a clone of our cells so that we could do all of our calculations. And then next is what we're going to be changing. So we're going to say that next equals self.cells.clone. Okay. So explicitly clone that. Now for all of our previous ones, so we want to loop through all of our rows and columns and figure that out. So I'm going to do our for, is it going to be, is it rows or columns first? For rows first, right? Or am I getting this wrong? Yeah, it is row. Okay, so it is rows first. So for row in self dot height, so going down, so self dot height. And then from there we want to get our column. So for column in self dot width. Okay, so that gives it, okay, row and column basically are X and their Y. We then want to get the index of the cell and like the what the cell is. Well, we have the get index already. So we can say that index equals self dot get index. Well, row and column, we could already just pass that straight in. So now we have a usize for index. We can get the cell straight out of here. So let cell equals self dot cells index. Okay, so that gives us a cell. Okay, so we have our cell. We also, like, according to this, next, live neighbors. So we want to count the live neighbors that we have. And I guess like this really depends because if we want to go through the rules here, any live cell with fewer than 2 neighbors dies as if caused by underpopulation. So yeah, we do need like our live cell, like our neighbors count. So that neighbors count. Maybe this is gonna be live neighbors. Okay, so live neighbors equals self dot live neighbors count, and then we pass it the row and column, and that gives us a U8. Okay, so now that we have that, our rule says any live cell with fewer than 2 live neighbors dies as if caused by underpopulation. So if our current cell is alive, Nop, hello. If we're alive and our neighbors is less than 3, so let's do that. So we'll just say if we can actually use matches here. So if matches the cell and then cell alive. So if this is true, if we're alive and the live neighbors, if that is fewer than 2 live neighbors, that's less than 2, then it dies as if by underpopulation. So what that really means is next position index equals cell death. So we die. You've implemented Game of Life once before. It is a fun like sort of implementation. All right. So what are you upset about? U32 is not an iterator. Oh, we want this to be in like 0 dot dot. 0 dot dot. That. Okay, so you you need to be mutable. So we can mutate you. All right, so that's the first rule. It could also be used for map generators. Oh yeah. Any live cell with 2 or 3 live neighbors lives on to the next generation. So 2 or 3 live generators lives on. If it has more than 3, it dies. So if we really like combine these together, what does that really mean? Basically, if you have 2 or 3, you live. Otherwise, if you have less than 2 or more than 3, you die. That's pretty much what this is. So we want to say if you are alive and you have less than 2 or live neighbors is greater than 3, and this should be its own calculation there. How did I get 2 of those? Okay, so if you have less than 2 or if you have greater than 3 and you're alive, then now you're dead. Congratulations, you died. Otherwise, if you're dead and you have exactly 3 neighbors, okay, so this is like the first check here. We can do another like an else if. So if else if matches our cell and cell dead and live neighbors is exactly equal to 3. That's right, 3. Yes, you become alive. So next index equals cell alive. There we go. So then you live. Then you live. And then after the end of this, we want to then say self.cells equals next. So we replace the cells with like the next group. So I think this will work. Let's go ahead and run our test, see if we got it right. We did not. So that did not. It's dead, dead, dead. Alive, alive, dead, alive. So slightly different here. What does that end up looking like? So this is what we had initially to begin with. So our left is the after cells. So that's what we expected to have happen. But maybe my math was wrong. Maybe my like manual calculation of this state is incorrect. So let's take a look at this again. We have dead, alive, 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 dead, alive, dead, dead, alive. Okay, so that's exactly what we have here. For if we look at our next statement, so let's redo this calculation. This becomes next essentially. So we go through column, like so each one, you are, so we start by saying if you're alive and you have less than 2 or greater than 3. So you're alive and you have 2 neighbors, you stay alive. You're alive, you have 2 neighbors, you stay alive. You're alive and you have 0 alive neighbors, you die. So this becomes a 0. You're alive, you have 2 neighbors, you stay alive. You're alive and you have 1 neighbor, you die. So that's 0. Now, going through this, you're dead, you have 2 neighbors, you stay dead. You're dead, you have 3 neighbors, you become alive. You're dead, you have 1 neighbor, 1 neighbor. Okay, so that this really should be what it is, which is, wait, do I need to count diagonal neighbors too? Are you sure? Well, if I'm staying consistent, it doesn't matter, right? I don't remember, like, let's see. It's a good question. Oh, it's 8 neighbors, which are neighbors that are horizontal, vertical, diagonal. Oh, okay. You're right. I do need to count diagonal. And I hadn't been doing that. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, so we are not doing that properly here. Now, that being said, if we're consistent, it shouldn't matter. However, we do need to update some of our tests here to work with diagonals. Because our live neighbor count is only getting like above, right, below, and left. So we would need to like update these to get like the above right, right, below, left, and above. And so we can create more of these functions to sort of handle that special logic that we're checking with here. That being said, I want to take a really quick break though. I need to go get some water. Make sure you don't change the array in place because that can cause you to count neighbors early. Yeah, that's what I'm trying not to do. That's why I'm cloning it first, and I'm only affecting next here in tick. So we're only mutating next, and I'm not like changing anything else. But I think that my my logic here isn't right. Because like if I'm saying consistent, it should still work. Like according to the consistent logic. And so what is this? This is basically okay. So if the cell is alive, so I think this is incorrect. This is like the most complicated logic that we have here. So if we're alive and we have less than 2 neighbors or greater than 3 neighbors, then the next then we're dead. Like kill the next one. Else if we're currently dead and we have 3 live neighbors, then become alive. I would guess that this should work. And then self.cells equals next. So like change, become the next one. I think that this should work, unless like I'm not counting. Let's count row and column. Make sure that I'm getting everything the way I expect it to be. Oh, look at that. We're only going through 0, 1. Oh, wait. 2. We're on 3 by 3. We're not on a 5 by 5. So that kind of makes sense. We're not going to all the way over. So that makes a lot of sense. So we're looking through the rows and columns correctly. It's a square, so it doesn't even matter which order I do this in, as long as it's unique each time. We get our current index of what we're looking at. We get the current cell that we're looking at. We count the live neighbors by looking at a row and column. Do I need to wrap around? I don't think so. Well, at least my manual calculation, I didn't wrap around. So therefore, I don't want to wrap around here. I want to say that I'm. Man, what is wrong with you? VS Code is not happy with my extensions today. Let's try this. Let's try doing if we're alive and like breaking this out into two different things. So if we're alive and if okay, so if we're alive and if live neighbors is less than 2 or live neighbors is greater than 3, we want to next index cell kill it in the next. Else if this can become this else. So if we're dead, if live neighbors is exactly equal to 3, then set you like that. Ah, thank you. I got lunch delivered to me. So theoretically, what are you upset about? The else if block can be collapsed. Yes, I know it can be. We're just trying to make sure the logic is correct. Don't worry about it, Clippy. So you failed because this is incorrect. Did I update our test properly? So if this is correct, we have dead, alive, alive, dead, alive, alive, dead, dead, dead. So that's correct. You are dead, alive, 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 dead, alive, dead, dead, alive. Okay, so that's kind of what I would expect there. All right. Now you're not exactly the same. Now I'm really curious. Did you not change? Is that the other problem? So in tick, are you? So this is. Okay. Left is the after. The right is what we wanted to be after. So you're dead. Dead. Okay, hold on. What happened here? What happened here? We had. Actually, I can just pull you in and find out. So dead, alive. Okay, so you became 0. You became 1, like that. Okay, so here's what we're hoping to have happen. Start with you, run a tick, get you. Instead, we started with you, ran a tick, and got you. So what happened here? We hit you, and we say you have 2 neighbors. No, okay, you have 2 neighbors. You stay alive, but you died. Is my logic wrong in here? If you're less than 2, what if I? Okay, if you're less than 2, so if this is a true, come into here. If you're false, so that means you're greater than 2. Check into here. If you're greater than 3, if this is true, come into here. Otherwise, if you're false, so if both of these are false, that means you're greater than 3 and less than, greater than 2 and less than, no, 3 are equal. Okay. Huh. Did I just screw up this logic here? Um, Chantilly, I don't think that message is meant to be here. Can I delete that message? I don't think it's okay. There's no secret stuff. Can I please delete? Let me see if I can. How do I delete? Do I have to ban you to delete that message? Okay. I have to do a. Oh, I can do a timeout. 10 minutes. How do I do? Oh man, oops. Untimeout. All right, but I think that deleted those messages immediately. Sorry about that. Heap spray. Hello. So Jeff Ronas, you think logic is fine? I think the initial cell's top center one only has one live neighbor that is horizontal or vertical. Is that true? You're right. I did do this wrong. Okay, so let's do this like according to however like what I'm supposed to be working on. Oh my gosh, so I sort of like combined the two things. So if we want to like test our tick properly, let's get rid of you. Here's what I want to say. Like we're only looking up, down, left, and right, and we're gonna update these to be diagonal. Heap spray, are we making game of life? Yes, I'm making game of life in WASM. So WebAssembly using Rust. Okay, so you're alive and you have one neighbor, so you die. You're alive and you have two neighbors, you live. You're alive and you have no neighbors, you die. You're alive and you have two neighbors, you live. You're alive and you have one neighbor, you die. You're dead and you have two neighbors, you're dead and you have three neighbors. One neighbor, one neighbor. Okay, I think this is what it's supposed to look like. So then that is dead, dead, alive, dead, alive, alive, dead, dead, dead. Okay, let's try this. There we go. Okay, so now we get all the tests are passing. Okay, that's perfect. Oh, you're trying to make WASM using C++. Oh, awesome. Oh, you're like making a game in WASM. Oh, cool. What kind of game is it going to be? Okay, so now that we know that these are passing, let's also now fix our logic. So we're going to need more tests for the up right, down right, bottom left, and up left. So what was this? This was basically if we do upright, is above right. If we set ourselves up with this here, now we know that 18 was where we're at. So above right is 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 14. So it should be 14 on 3, 3. Assert equal. So none if we're so above right. If we're in like the far right hand side or like in a corner for this. So this if we do like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we do something like 0 and 4, we should get a none out of this. So if we're in the top row, we should get a none, and if we're on the far right row, we should get a none. So we this should be like a 1. We should get a none and a none also if we're in 0, even if we're on like 2. So if we run this, now this is yelling at me that I don't have that method, so let's go create it. Oh, game engine for a 2D play multiplayer with physics. Oh, that's cool. You have a crude prototype that you made in JavaScript. Okay, and so now you're going to put it into WebAssembly. Oh, that sounds a lot of fun. Okay, so get index above right. All right, so pretty much it's going to be the same thing that we did for the other ones. We want to test to see if we're on the top row or if we're in the right-hand row. We want to return a none. So if our row is equal to 0, or if the column is equal to the self dot width minus 1, then we're going to return a none. Otherwise, we're going to return a sum of self dot get index row, and so row minus 1. Oh, this is above column. So hold on. So column, it's basically the same as right. So it's greater than. We should probably do this as like greater than equal to. Self width minus 1. Okay, so that's fine. And then column. So row minus 1, and then column is above. So plus 1. All right, so that's what we're going to return there. So run our test. Happy. All right, let's keep on doing this. We're going to do next test. Okay, so we have above right. Let's now do, we did above right, we have right, now below right. Okay, so below right. What should you be if you're appropriate? Let's see. For that one, it's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Here's what I would expect to get here. None if we're on the right-hand side. So that would be something like 3, 4. And then also if we're on the bottom row, so that'd be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. We would expect this to be none as well. And now we'll go ahead. All right, so what's up with this one? Below right is if it's below us or to the right of us. So if our row, which is down, so if our y is equal to, so if our right is equal to self dot height minus 1, or if our column is, if this is equal to self dot width minus 1, then return a none. Otherwise, return a sum self dot get index of the row plus 1 because it's below, and then column is to the right, so it's also plus 1. Perfect. so below right. All right, next up, we want below left. Okay, so if we're below and to the left, according to this one, that's going to be 18, 19, 20. Now, if we're on the left-hand side, so that would be 3 and 0. That should give us, and then also if we're on 4 and 3, that will also give us, don't give me that. Now we're going to come back up to here and implement it. Deeds. Hey, you're starting to learn Rust now. Do you recommend using the RustUp tool via the website or use the official repos on Linux? I mean, personally, I recommend using the RustUp tool. It's gonna make it a lot easier to switch back and forth between different versions of Linux, different versions of Rust, if you want to. I would probably, yeah, that's what I would recommend, especially for development. Like if you're getting started, the official tools for Linux, I think, is going to be better for like embedded or like on servers. If you want to like really make sure it can't change versions at all or be locked to specific. Well, but even then, you're just going to have the binaries. Yeah, I don't know. I think my personal recommendation is to use RustUp. I fully understand that some people don't want to use RustUp and they want to like use their repo, their like apt or something, but they're so often not up to date. You know, it'd be amazing if RustUp was available through apt on Linux or like Yum or something like that. I haven't looked. That'd be cool because then you can just like, okay, well here's RustUp can update that way. Dota 2 attitude, hello. Danny Fritz, you started using ASDF instead of RustUp. Really? I don't think I've heard of ASDF. All right, so get the next blow into the left. This is going to be the same, like very similar. So if a row, which is our y, if that is equal to self dot height minus 1, or if our column is equal to 0, return a none. Otherwise, return a sum self dot get index. This is going to be row minus 1. No, it's still going to be a row plus 1. It's still going to be a row plus 1, but a column minus 1. Oh, it is 22. I got the math wrong. 22 is correct. And final one here is going to be testing above and left. So above left, we would expect that this one, so 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. And so if we're at 0 row, we expect this to fail. And if we're at 0 column, we'd expect this to fail. Okay, so if our row is at the top, so if the row is equal to 0, or if the column is equal to 0, then return a none, else return a sum, self.getIndex of the row -1, column -1. Okay, we can now finally do the math appropriately. All right, back down to our tick. So now, thinking about like what we want this to be, go ahead and recopy you. Now taking diagonals into account. You're alive and you have 2 neighbors, so you stay alive. You're alive and you have 2 neighbors, you stay alive. You're alive, you have 1 neighbor, you die. You're alive and you have 1, 2, 3 neighbors, you stay alive. And you're alive and you have 1 neighbor, you die. You're not alive, you have 2, you stay dead. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you don't become alive. You have 1 neighbor, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you become alive. That's what we want. Okay, this is much better. So you're dead. You become alive. Third one alive. Then dead. Dead. Alive. Dead. Alive. Dead. Okay, so that's what we want to see. Now, if we run this, we're going to get a failure because we have the wrong logic. But now we have the test in place to help us fix this. Okay, so we don't need to debug anymore. You're fine. But what we do need to do is, for live neighbor count, is update that actually. Oh, so live neighbor count. So index above self dot get index above right, row and column, then right, then below right, then below, below left, then left, and above left. Okay, so this should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So that should work now, and we should have test live neighbors. So tick works now. That passed. Test live neighbors failed. Let's actually go take a look at that test and see what we got here. Test live neighbors. So we're giving it 3, 3. So no, we're giving it 1, 1. So 0, 1, 0, 1. So we're giving it right here. And we're saying, okay, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 5. There we go. Perfect. Back to here. Okay, so we got tick working and it's passing its test. Then we're going to implement, so we're going to implement display for universe. Okay, so we're going to implement standard format display for universe. That's going to give us a toString for this. So what should this really look like? This is going to be test, I guess, like test display for universe. Basically, we're going to start with this entire. It can be this. It doesn't really matter which one it is. So you can become cells. Okay, so here are cells. Then we want to display for this, which is going to give us a toString for universe. So what is that going to look like? Okay, so we're going to have like a /n, basically a long string of everything that needs to be printed out. Okay. Is this like a string? Or is it just like string like that? And so in this case, we want so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After every 3 of these, we're going to have a /n. So something like that. And then you are so dead, alive, dead, alive, then dead, alive, dead. Okay. Oh, you seem to be unhappy. Oh, these need to be escaped? Oh, /n. There we go. Okay, so you're happy now. So now we should be able to assert equal. The expected result is going to be equal to universe.toString. Like that. Now, of course, we can't call toString yet, but that's because we need to implement display for universe. So let's go ahead and do that then. Impl standard. I can actually do this. Implement display for universe. And you should immediately yell at me for not implementing format. Clean you up a little bit. You need to be a format result. Okay. Okay, now you're just yelling at me that I haven't actually done this thing. I'm Hardliner. I just implemented this as an exercise. Come back. Now you implement it too. Awesome. Oh, how did I get VS Code to insert format? From what I can understand, you need to have Rust Analyzer installed. And if I come back and I like remove these again, then just put your cursor over it, and then you do. For me, I'm a Windows machine, so I think on the Mac you do Control. Command. For me, I'm doing Control dot, and then opens up this import. So click that, and then ask me. It finds which one I want to do. Import format. So hit save, and I'll just do the same thing for these. And it is such a nice system. Yeah. It makes it super easy, like good to use. It's a great. Okay, continuing on. For this format, what do we really want to do? We want to loop through all of these. So we're gonna let's see. Self.cells as slice chunks. Self.width. Okay, so that's gonna give me like 3 at a time. 3, 3, 3. Rust Analyzer can also insert a blanket impl for traits, so you don't need to remember all the traits. Oh yeah. They're, like I was able to type like FM and like it brought this in for me, which is super nice. It's a great system. Okay, so what we want to do is iterate through essentially each section of this. And then insert like what this is. And you mean the functions required by the trait. Right, that's how we got this format. Which is really nice. Much better than RLS. Okay, so basically we're going to do the same thing that they're doing here. So we're going to get basically in chunks of whatever the size this is. So in this case, like I think 3. So 4 line in self.cells. Can I do there's as slice extract a slice containing the entire vector. And then chunks. Okay, so then chunks. It returns iterator over chunk size elements of the slice at a time starting at the beginning of the slice. Okay. Chunks, and we're going to do self.width as size. Okay, so that gives us a line here. And then for each one of these lines, we want to extract out the cell. So for cell in line. And then you just tried it out. So glad you yeah, it's a great system to like auto import things. And then basically, this is where we're gonna write that out. So, oh right, because we just call write. I keep on forgetting that's how it works. So we have to figure out which symbol we're gonna write, and then also write and then write that out. That's pretty much it. No longer have to copy paste from docs. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so we figure out what the symbol is. So let symbol equals, one thing that we can actually do is use the matches macro here. And so this is going to be our cell. And if it's cell dead, then we want to return this character of that. If matches, else we're going to return whatever that one is. Yeah, so we could just would it be better to implement display for cell? Yeah, that would be nice to like. I wonder if it would be better to like do both, because then I could like implement. We could implement. Can you implement display for a enum? I don't think I ever tried. That'd be nice, because then I can implement display for both of these. Let's do this first, then we can refactor. Okay, so then that gives us our symbol, and then we want to now write. We're going to take the formatter, pass in our symbol, and then at the end of this, we're going to write in that new line. You just tried a VS Code trick to implement display for an enum, so yes. Oh, awesome. Iron Hardliner, you're heading off. Thank you so much for the bits and the gift sub today. I hope that you have a great rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right, so then we're going to write a new line in, and at the very end, we're going to return okay. All right. Now, let's see if this works. Does our test run? It does. And we tested display for universe, and that worked. So now let's try refactoring this a little bit. Let's create a test for it too. So this is going to be a function test display for cell. Okay, so we're going to have let cell equals, we might want to say like let alive cell equals cell alive, let dead cell equals cell dead. And so what we would expect is assert equal. Hello. We've got kitty cat just sort of taking over my mouse pad. Where do you want to end up? Okay, over here. Oh, nope, that was wrong. All right, up and then down. There we go. Okay, so assert equals that for our alive cell, it's going to look like that. Is going to be our alive cell dot toString. And assert equal, it's going to be our dead cell dot toString. Okay, let's go find. Okay, so now all we have to do is implement display for each cell, which is going to be very similar to what we have here. So let's go ahead and do that. So where is our cell? Here's our cell. So we're going to impl display for cell format. Okay, so we get that. You go away, and then you're going to be a format results. All right, so we can basically just do like a match on this. So match on self if we are self. So if we're dead, we want to return that. Actually, we want to write I think it is that. Okay, we want to write you. If you are cell alive, we want to write you. Okay. Oh, and I forgot, we have to hand it the F. The formatter. Okay, so then back down to the bottom here. You're yelling at us. Why? Mismatch types, expected character, found a struct. Oh, I guess you're not going to be... Okay, that's not a character, a string. Makes sense. It's not to char, it's to string. Okay, so let's go ahead and run you. All right, so that works. Now what we can come in here without changing any of our testing logic, we should be able to, for this implementation of display here, say, okay, so we don't have to do any of you. We're just going to say for each cell in the line, write cell.toString. Like that. And then after every 3, write this new line. Okay, let's do this. We'll run the test again, and everything should still pass. Perfect. All right, back to you. So that's our standard display. Okay, finally we're getting into a constructor. Can you use cell instead of cell.toString? I don't think so. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So like, can I just put cell in here and do a toString? It's a good question. Let's try it. If I do this, there's no error. Maybe it will run toString automatically. Oh, it does. Okay, perfect. You are correct. I can, because write wants a string out of it. So perfect. Because cell implements display. Ah, yes. Yes, yes. So yes, we can. All right, so now we want to create a constructor for this. It's not the same as normal constructors in classes, but it's close to it. So what is this going to be? We're going to set what our width is, what our height is. We have to loop through like width and height to just generate. I guess this is, I mean, it's not really setting like random cells, like live cells or dead cells. Let's let's do something similar to this, but instead of like what they're doing, we'll just make everything. So we can test new here. So we can do a test function, test new universe. Okay, so the idea is I want let universe equals universe new. And then we want a bunch of asserts off of this. So we're going to do assert equal. So we have a width and a height and a and the like cells. So let's say we do 3. We'll do a 3 by 3. So we want 3 by 3. And then I want, like, let's say to begin with, I want them all to be off. So assert equal, 3 is universe dot width. Assert equal, 3 is universe dot height. Let's say we have this be a square, meaning I could just say I pass in 3. Then we're going to have assert equal. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. We want a vector of 9 cell deads. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're going to be the universe dot cell. Save you. Okay, so theoretically that's what we should get. It's yelling us because we have no new. So let's go up and implement that at the very top of universe. We're going to take in the number of like the size. This is going to be a U. Let's just make this like a U8, so it's not too terribly big. We're going to return a self. Width is size. Height is size. And then we're going to have cells. So if I begin by creating, let's just loop through every cells. I think I can do. See, Vec, is there a way to do the number of them? There is. Okay. So I can do a new Vec. This is going to be cell dead. And I want size. Size squared. So size times size amount. Mismatch types expected to use size. Found a U8. And also you need to be a U32. You're a U32. So you need to be you multiply that, and that will be as a U size. Okay. Let's see if that works. It does indeed. And then the last thing we need here, so everything is going to be like just off by like default. And that's what I'm going to have. And then I'm going to like probably create some kind of like random, so that like it starts randomly. Okay, so for render, self to string. Okay, well that's like we already have something very similar to that. So really what I want to do is test display for a cell. No, not that one. Universe. Test display for universe. This is going to be, it should really be the same with like render here. So test render for universe. And it's going to be universe dot render should really be the exact same. So you're also going to be a public function. You're going to return a string, and we're just going to return self dot toString. And you should be happy with the cargo test. All right, time for us to jump back into JavaScript. Okay, we're going to add a pre-element to index.html because, of course, we are. So here's this underneath. Inside the body, we're going to give this pre. There we go. We'll give a pre tag. We'll give it an ID. Game of life. Canvas. It's not really a canvas. This is pre tags. That's not the same. Unless we're actually creating a canvas, then it would be. Additionally, we want the pre-centered in the middle of the web page. We can use CSS flex boxes. Sure, let's just go ahead and copy these. This will be fine. Also, let's just go ahead and add this in here. Nobody cares that we're doing it inside the HTML. At the top of WASM Game of Life, index.js. So that's here. Let's import. Let's fix our import to bring in the universe rather than the old greet function. So right now, this is import universe from WASM Game of Life. So instead of doing this like WASM dot universe now, we could just do universe that. Now we could just run it. So we're going to do, we need that pre-document. So let's see, const our pre element going to be equal to, so this is document to get element by ID. That's terrible. We want this document dot pre-selector. So we could just hand it this and just say, well, we want actually the game of life canvas. A little bit easier. Okay, create this new, and we want you to be 64. Okay, the JavaScript runs in a request animation frame loop. On each iteration, we draw the current universe and then call tick. So we're going to have a render loop is a function. We might as well just create this as a function. Render loop. Okay, so pre element dot text content equals universe dot render. Then we'll universe dot tick. Is tick a public? Did we make that public? We did not. And then finally, we're going to do a request animation frame. And every time that this runs, we're going to call the render loop again. So it's a bit of a recursive function here. It's never really going to end. We have no way to stop this. And that's fine. It's just going to be an infinite. Oh, and then down at the bottom, I think we have to have something to start. Oh yeah, like eventually up here, we're going to want to just do a request animation frame and render just to start the entire process. Okay, so build you. Oh, that's fun. Lots of errors. We ran into this before. Oh, it blew through my entire history. Well, that's no fun. So full command validating input. All that wasted. Yeah, I know. Let's start with, we know that like the making it mutable, or sorry, public makes it appear like in the WASM. So if we don't have you public, if we don't do any of you public, are you happy? You are. Okay. So now it's like one by one, bring them in. So let's also bring tick up. Okay, let's start with new. So pub with yet. And you're not, none of you are public, so that should be fine. Okay, so you're happy with pub new. Do pub render. You're unhappy. Let's do a pub tick. You're happy. Okay, so render is unhappy. Can I not return a string? Is that my problem? Did I not read there how to do the strings? Hmm. What am I missing here? When I make you public, you're unhappy. So I think I'm missing something from universe, implement wasm bindgen, and render. Okay, so it's not like showing that it needs something else. self and then to string. Hmm. And then we get all that fun stuff. So okay. Wasm, bind, gen, rust, string. Am I missing that? Okay. Do I need the prelude? I don't. Oh no, we have the prelude. So we have the prelude. That's return value. Yes. Okay. So theoretically, that should work according to this. Now, let's say if I don't do the display part. Let's say I just do like exactly what they have here. We have like hello dot into. Oh, WebAssembly. Oh, WASM. So do I need to like randomly like turn it into a UTF-8 like array? I mean, according to this, it doesn't look like I need to. Like that's essentially what I'm doing here. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss of like how to get this to work. Can I make you run? Oh, cool. Then the examples don't run. Does the playground? Does the playground have Wasm Bindgen on it? Like, is Wasm Bindgen in here? Um, so can I do something like function um, test string string return low dot into like that, and then down here in Wasm BindGen. Do I not have those in? Can I like pull them in? I don't know what tools I can bring in on this. Okay, so you're not very happy with this. Hmm. So I might have to do some other like exploration slash googling for this. Figure out what's going on. Like string, wasm, BindGen, Rust. There's wasm by example apparently. Hmm. I mean, so like they have bringing this and like add wasm by example to string. Bring in a string and export a string. This seems to be working for them, but not for me. Do I need nightly Rust? Do I have the wrong version of wasm BindGen? I don't know how to handle this. I think what I may have to do is end this stream so I can just like think about this. Maybe offline, sort of like try to figure out what's going on with it, and then we can maybe fix this later and like figure out what's going on, because this isn't very helpful. I don't think it's working. Wait, wait. I get a hello. Hold on. Did it work? Even though it failed to compile. Was that not a failure to compile it, just a bunch of warnings? Hold on, let's try this. Self dot to string like that. Oh, we need to recompile. We get all of this fun stuff. What? Okay. Just my own opinion here. When there's a failure to compile, it shouldn't work. But here we go with this. All right, so now let's say I'm crazy for thinking that. I know. Hot take. Hot take. But I'm weird apparently. Let's go ahead. C Films, how's the project going? We have a bunch of empty dead cells. So let's go ahead and bring in to our cargo toml. Let's see. So we have the WASM bindgens. Let's also bring in the importance of good error messages from a compiler. Yeah. Or maybe the difference between the error and a warning. Okay, so let's bring in rand. So we're going to do rand. Are you not going to tell me? No? Okay, fine. Fine. We're going to open you up and do a cargo add rand. Okay, so now we have rand added in. Inside of here, we should be able to use rand prelude star. What are you upset about? Unresolved import. Okay, so then when we create the new cells, what I want to do is maybe like set these cells to all be dead. Then I want to loop through them, get like a mutable reference to them, and set some of them to be alive if rand says that they should be alive. In reality, like the best way to probably do this is probably by just creating an empty vector. Let's leave it the way it was. We'll make them all dead. Then we're going to. I couldn't map through them. And then if like rand says that we should turn it alive, then we turn it alive. So we could do something like this. Then we're going to say cells equals cells dot iter mute. We can take ownership of this. So into iter. We're not getting help from Rust Analyzer. That's disconcerting. We're going to map. And we're going to get a cell. And if rand, so we probably want to like also have RNG, so that means RNG equals rand thread range, thread RNG, like that, I think. Is it thread RNG? Come on, Rust Analyzer. Start again. Failed to load. Oh, failed to read cargo.toml. What happened? Rand equals that. That's. Okay, hold on. Will you be happier? Failed to read cargo metadata from cargo.toml. Rest. So wasm game of life, cargo.toml. You want to tell me what line? So wasm game of life, cargo.toml. Okay, you should be happy again. The error wasn't the compiler a fact, it was a failure in wasm opt, so you're just running the unoptimized output. Still, still, if you take a look at this, it says failure to execute wasm opt. It's like, why? Okay. Fatal. Like those words shouldn't be in there if it doesn't. If it kind of sort of works. That's just my opinion. Okay. So then dub. Okay. So in this cargo.toml, you're still not working. What's wrong with you? What did I do? I don't think I see anything obviously wrong with this file. I'm not seeing any, like, Is there like another cargo.toml that got created? No, only this one. What's the problem? Would cargo check tell you in profile release? That should be a comment, shouldn't it? Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. You're still failing. Let's try cargo check. Cannot parse input as toml caused by redefinition of table dev dependencies for key dev dependencies line 40. Oh, dev dependencies here, and then there's a dev dependencies wasm bind gen test. What? Profile release. It duplicated. Weird. Okay, so then we want rand in here. You're not. Can I? Okay, so you're installed. So you're not finding one of these. Let's say I just do whatever version. There we go. Rust analyzer and reinstalling. Okay, so now you're back in here. RNG, thread RNG. Okay, so this gives me the right thing. So cells into iterator map, we have the cell. And then for this cell, we want to do if RNG dot let's just gen range between 0 and 100. So if you're equal to no, if you're greater than like, so let's do like a 35% chance, 35% chance that you'll be selected. So if you're greater than 65, then we want you to be set the cell. So we want to return cell alive. Otherwise, return the cell. Okay. This mismatch types, found struct. Oh, and then that's returning like a map special. So then can I collect this? Yes. Okay. So now back to you. To build you with all of this fun stuff. Random to place where you are. Now face RNG gen range 04. Well, I guess like, yeah, we could do that. So back to you. Well, that's cool. Index.js error. Just error. Oh, it's a REM reference. Oh. Oh, oops. Didn't get it. Thank you, Utsby, for explaining to me. Okay. Well, that didn't like that. And I didn't get any errors there, so that's cool. Out of curiosity, if I run cargo test, does it work? Failed test new universe. Yeah, okay, so we get some alives and deaths. So okay, that makes sense. So index.js error importing. That's super helpful. So importing universe, great. Does this mean that I can't actually do random here? You're here all day. Don't forget to tip your server. Okay. Can I not use random? Can I not do random in here? Because like, okay, so technically this works, but for some reason, so RNG, if I take this away and I recompile, okay, we're back to here and it's working. So the random number generator is not working. So that can't be inside of one of these mute, like, okay, like this. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to have cells. You'd have to use math.random somehow. Oh. Okay, so I can't use RNG like this, but maybe I can do some clever tricksies. Let's say I have like a pub function randomize. Mute self. This doesn't return anything. And then I'm also going to have a private function use like privately randomize. So if I do this, now in randomize, I want to call self dot privately randomize. And in here, we want to do all of this. And then we're going to say self.cells equals cells. So I guess this could be just self.cells equals self.cells. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Oh, I don't want to move. So we'll just do .iter. Okay. Cell. Reference you. Okay. Oh, features Wasm bindgen. Oh, Clippy has many problems with my code. Also, hello stacking. Okay, first of all, I'm going to try yours, Danny. I want to see if this entire fun thing works. So randomize. So then we're going to randomize. We create the new universe. Then we're going to do universe.randomize like that. Wasm pack build. No is the answer. So that's not happening. So if I don't have the randomizing and okay, so I can't do that. Then we're back to working again. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's try your thing, Danny. We're gonna go into our cargo toml. So rand is going to equal it's gonna be version 0.7.3 features equals Wasm bindgen. Okay, let's try this. So doing that, will this work? Could not parse. Expected a comma, found an identifier at line 9. Okay, so I forgot a comma, didn't I? Right here. There we go. So check works again. Build with all that fun stuff. Okay, so that's now building with randomize in here. Now back to you. This may be a little bit big. Let's make this smaller. Do 32. Look at this. We have Game of Life running in Wasm. Woot woot. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is. Does anybody know how to in request animation frames make it slow down? I have to like. There's nothing in here that I can say like how many frames per second, right? You'd have to do a timer and skip some frames. Okay, all right, that sucks. I won't worry about that. We'll just let it run as fast as humanly possible here. Now, I'm really curious. Would this work in a as an overlay with OBS? So what I want to try to do is actually test this out. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a new scene. So give me a second. We're going to disappear, but I'll be right back. So we're going to name this new scene blank. All right, brought me back in. Now, let's full screen that. Okay, that's good. For this, I want to now bring in to another web source, so another browser source. We're going to call this Game of Life WASM. And you're going to be localhost 8082. Let's just do 1920 by 1080. So that's not helpful. Now this is text, right? So maybe I can like set the color of this. Yeah, because this is all text. So maybe in here. Oh, I am seeing it in there. Okay. Let's do custom CSS. We'll do body. Color is white. There we go. Okay, so this is WASM running in the browser. And I can set it so that way. I don't think I can set it so like it auto refreshes every 10 seconds. That would be really cool if I could. I don't think. Is there a CSS property to auto refresh? So it is Chrome. So it is Chrome that they're using behind the scenes, or Chromium. But I don't know what version they're using. There's no CSS properties for like auto refreshing a site, is there? CSS refresh page. You can auto refresh with just set timeout. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly right. Forgot we have JavaScript. So in here we want to let's just set a set interval. Set interval. Is it like window dot? What is it? Is window dot window dot URL dot what is the refresh? Oh, you know what I can do? It'd be better here. Let's just every 1 minute. So here's what we're gonna do. Set interval. I don't want to refresh the screen. That's not what I want to do. I want to have the universe equals a new universe dot new. We'll do 32, and we'll do this every let's do this every like 10 seconds. That way it's very easy to see. So 10, 1, 2, 3. That should be every 10 seconds. This will auto refresh. And so here we're going to see it. It goes. Is that going to auto refresh? Maybe? It's set interval, not set timeout. I'm forgetting. I'm not showing the code. Here's the code. Set interval. I should be able to now. I moved all of it. There we go. Okay, so then theoretically, I can over here. Browser, game of life. I don't know where to put this. We'll put this right here. Universe needs to. Oh, you're right. Universe needs to be not constant. Let's do let. Do that. Then every 10 seconds, that should reset. Oh, you're right. I probably do want to re-randomize because I have this randomize in here. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Let's go back to const. Const, and then after every 10 seconds, we want to just universe dot randomize like that. There we go. So we have this running here too. Let's open up here, make sure we're all happy. Yeah, there we go. It's working. Okay, so if I bring you all the way down, then we can see this happening. It's right here. Where's my mouse? It doesn't. Oh, my mouse is behind it. That's fun. But anyways, that is all working. So we have WASM working with Rust. Right, like in an overlay. So this is going to open up some projects that we can now work on because we can now have the browser as a target, build for WebAssembly, and maybe make some interesting overlays. So with that in mind, I think that's gonna I think we're gonna wind down. There's not really much more that I want to do today. This is pretty much everything. So before I go, let's play the big game that we've been building throughout like in the past for this. I'm gonna go ahead and remove our WASM overlay. To do game of life, you go away. You anymore. And you don't need you. So back to you. Let's go ahead. Well, first of all, before I forget, I want to put this all up on GitHub so you can all see that. So let's take a look at what we got here. Well, this is a lot. Illegal operation on a directory read. What? Hold on. Let's come out of here. Try this again. Well, that's not happy. Okay, so let's do. All right, I'm a little bit concerned about what that's going to do. Betty1, hello, greetings. Let's do a get add WASM game of life. Let's actually get add dot. Okay, so then Oh, you kind of see that stuff. You don't see the www. And I don't see this here also. Modified content. You know what? It's because you're constantly building. That's a problem. So let's go ahead and tell you to, so you're not, yeah, stop building. And you're fine. Okay, so let's do this again. Get add dot. Okay, get status. So you're not doing anything. You're on the server. You're somewhere else. You shouldn't be doing anything. You should all be saved. Okay. I don't see anybody else doing anything. Let's get status. Get add dot. Okay, let's do a get reset head. Get dot. Wait, am I in a embedded repository? Okay, so I'm in Learning WebAssembly Rust. Oh, we have all this stuff. So all of you are in here. It's just the modified. Let's get reset that one. Okay, so get reset head. Awesome Game of Life. Dub. Okay. Add dot. Add Awesome Game of Life. Dub. Adding embed. Oh, there's an embedded Git repository. Dub. Oh, that's a okay. That's my problem. I didn't realize that. Cd dub. I don't want you. So remove rf.get from here. Oh, I don't have today as a command. Today we've been working on a WASM Game of Life, learning WASM with Rust. Okay, let's try this. Maybe now you're going to be happy. So, and oh, this completely WebAssembly Rust. Stage U. Are you going to be happy now? Maybe. Probably not. Oh, I want it to be WebAssembly Rust. Get status. Wait, did I just... Okay, I deleted the wrong Git. Is that the one with if neighbor this, then you live, if not you die? No, that's exactly what it is. Okay, okay, WASM Game of Life. I kind of want to like reset with my Git here. So there's a Git in here. We were in www. And this is ls8l. There's a Git in here. So I have a Git in www and I have a Git in the other one too. So let's just remove Git permission denied. Okay. Is that because you're doing stuff? Go ahead and review. Okay. Let's go back out. Move -rf.git. We're going to reset ourselves. so coming back down here, learning WebAssembly Rust. We're no longer going to get repos. Let's do a get init here. Get remote add origin main. And we want to go find, this is, by the way, what we built. It's all working happy. Where is our, oh, I don't think I have it open. Learning WebAssembly Rust. Okay, so grab you. Actually, should be able to switch back and use Git Kraken again. Oh, you never really understood Git? What is the bottom left camera for? It is our Zilby camera, the name of our kitten, who is sleeping here. But it's a nice camera to sort of, he moves around, so I have to change the position of the camera quite often. Okay, so got you open. Let's go ahead, open running WebAssembly Rust. Initialize. All right, so here we go. License, that's fine. We want to add that. Wasm Game of Life at var YAML. Interesting. I need to close my shades because I can't see the monitor at all. I'm not used to doing these afternoon streams like this. It's usually I do it early in the morning. Okay, this is better. So install, this is all fine. Okay, so we can stage you. Cargo, okay. Sure. We can ignore, definitely. Travis.yaml. Sure, I'm not even using, this all came with the Wasm like initial setup. Oh, the cat was like, oh, Hume, what are you doing? Yes. He's been hanging out with us all morning or all day. Okay, so cargo.toml, we want you. The license, apparently we have many licenses. README, okay, so live, all this stuff is good. Ignore that. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 and yes. Okay, so we're all good there. So this is basically got Game of Life working. And I'll go ahead and push you up. Yes, add remote. This is going to be, wait a second, add remote. We already have a remote. Name, origin, description. Okay, so remote repo already exists. Okay, so I don't want to set the remote. Fine, I'll just do that manually. Okay, so git remote add origin main. You. What did I do wrong? Git remote add origin. Oh, maybe no main. That. Okay, there we go. Now I can push origin. There we go. And come back up to here, hit refresh. Here is all the code. So if I copy this, and if you want to take a look at that, here's the code to learning WebAssembly with Rust. Now this has been a really long stream. So how long has this been? 5 hours 8 minutes if we've been live, and it's really more like 5 hours. First 8 minutes I was like basically getting my tea ready. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna play the Get the Streamer game. Gonna see if I can last more than 5 seconds. So let's go ahead and find that. Has to be in here. Documents, code, builds, workspace, streamer, cargo, run. All right. Actually, I'll run this in release mode. Okay, so for those of you who are new to the channel, we built the last major project we built was this get the streamer game. As you might see in the chat right now, you can type in commands that will drop things on top of me. That's all on the right hand side here. I'm gonna try to run away from them, and you're gonna get points by dropping those down. So we'll see how this goes. Good luck for us all. Oh no! Oh, I died. But close. Jeff Rodas with 2 points, Fetzy1 with 1, Tatas Del Papa with 22, Chantilly with 23 points, and Danny with 18. Good job, everyone. Let's do it one more time. So if you get like the gist of how to play that, we'll try it one more time. Trying to drop things down before the game starts doesn't really work, but you can kind of like try to figure out what the lag is based upon this timer going down. All right. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. Oh no. But good job, all of you. With that, take a look at who's streaming right now. I'm the only one on the Rust team that's streaming. Oh, hey. Thank you, Zilby, for raising the table to standing mode. Okay, I guess I'm standing now. All right, let's go to Twitch TV. All right, what's your... the only person that I have that I'm following is BeginBot, who's doing Python, Vim, Postgres, and Arc in Arc. Don't want you sending that. Oh, advertisements. Okay, so with that, go ahead. There. Here. Zilby commands his human to stand. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right, let's see what BeginBot is doing. Well, he's in NeoVim.
941. Wait, are you ahead of me? Intersect Fritz, are you ahead of me? Are you ahead of me? Did you see the next level of Vim? I did not see. What'd you do, Alt F4? What'd you do? I'm not seeing what you're trying to do here. You're on a special build? Okay. Take it. Here, just to make sure, let's make sure our editor's up to date. We do not want to be behind.
Go funk yourself, night begin. That's not really...
So if there are any other updates, let's make sure we can get those really fast.
I have no idea what he's doing. Even after that. What do you think? Should we raid BeginBot, or is there anybody else to raid, or no raid at all? Raid? All right, let's set up the raid then. We're gonna do a raid on BeginBot. Start the raid. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for stopping by and watching. I do these long streams every Sunday, sometimes only for a couple hours, sometimes like today for 5 hours. And then during the week, weekdays, so starting tomorrow through Friday, I do morning streams at 7 a.m. Mountain Time for about an hour, hour and a half before I head off to work. So, anyways, I hope that you all have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next time. With that, bye.
Troll me. Whoa, butt ruffle. Butt ruffle. Thank you so much for the sub. Good day.